There's a little hat.
Yes.
Oh.
Andrea and Andreas!
Andreas! We have you here!
We have a girl gang. I've never had this in my life. This is very exciting, and they're all better than me at chess.
I know a lot about wine, obviously. Drink it every morning. No, sorry, that's whiskey in Ireland. I confuse the two things. Baguette?
Burger.
Burger?
That's 30 seconds to a minute. Alex might lose her first match.
You literally know one opening that's the
Because
easiest
it's
to
the best
memorize,
one.
and you still
It's actually very
mess up
complicated
here.
at higher levels. Yeah. Coats and accessories. Yeah.
Opa!
Yes! Nerd! I understood that.
So we made it to London barely.
Andrea, molti che viene sotto la mecia.
Alright, we're crossing the river, and there's Big Ben.
This is supposed to be team chess. Okay. I'm tired. That was fucking terrible. I'm never doing it again.
He couldn't get a gambit already, palms are sweaty, they're heavy, but on the service he's in check already.
I'm so powerful. And we are here with Alex's best Norwegian friend. Get in here, Hammer. Get in here, Hammer.
Welcome. I have notes. The
Yay,
legendary
notes.
Oslo Botez Oslo tour.
Yay.
What do you think about this work, Nick? Look at this framing. Okay, the framing is not great, but station to the royal palace.
Okay.
And it has all.
We're here with Anna Kremling, my new Botez sister. Might even bring her to Dubai.
Overhand machining.
Did you hear that?
Okay, this is too much. I'm out of it.
Don't leave me.
Which we're going to be seeing. One of them being seated.
Good tidings we bring to you and your friends. We wish you a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. Now give us some figgy pudding. Now give us some figgy pudding.
We got with us Alexandra and Andrea Botez.
Let's just say.
Do you think chess people are fun?
Honestly, I really enjoy hanging out with chess players. And
The Botez sisters are like sharks, and there's just eels just flying around. Like
Andrea comes up with only the most refined, classiest, high-quality questions ever.
How does the knight move?
Wait, help me, because another draw! I feel one-sided there. My sister just beat the 2500 of test 24. Yeah!
Love game is over.
I know.
It's not going to be long.
Who's gonna climb it off? Is it over? Why are you still here? It's not going through. Look, Alex, what else did you want? Where's the rain not going through? Bonjour, Alamon. Bienvenue à Paris. Party stars. What are you doing? Yeah, what is this?
There's a little hat.
Yes.
Oh.
Andrea and Andreas!
Andreas! We have you here!
We have a girl gang. I've never had this in my life. This is very exciting, and they're all better than me at chess.
I know a lot about wine, obviously. Drink it every morning. No, sorry, that's whiskey in Ireland. I confuse the two things. Bagge?
Love
Burger?
It's 30 seconds to a minute. Alex might lose her first match.
Literally no one opening that's the
Because
easiest
it's
to
the best
memorize,
one.
and you still
It's actually very
mess up
complicated
theory.
at higher levels. Yeah. Coats and accessories.
Yeah.
Opa! Yes! Merde, I understood that.
So we made it to London barely.
Andrea, monte che viene da Romania.
All right, we're crossing the river, and there's Big Ben.
This is supposed to be team chess. Okay. I'm tired. That was fucking terrible. I'm never doing it again.
He couldn't get a gambit already. Palms are sweaty, they're heavy, but on the service he's in check already.
I'm so powerful. And we are here with Alex's best Norwegian friend. Get in here, Hammer. Get in here, Hammer.
Welcome. I have notes. The
Yay,
legendary
notes.
Oslo Botez Oslo tour.
Yay.
What do you think about this work, Nick? Look at this framing. Okay, the framing is not great, but station to the royal palace.
Okay.
And it has all.
We're here with Anna Kremling, my new Botez sister. Might even bring her to Dubai.
Overhand machining.
Did you hear that?
Which we're going to be seeing. One of the main pieces.
Good tidings we bring to you and your friends. We wish you a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. Now give us some figgy pudding. Now give us some figgy pudding.
We got with us Alexandra and Andrea Botez.
Let's just say.
Do you think chess people are fun?
Honestly, I really enjoy hanging out with chess players. And
The Botez sisters are like sharks, and there's just eels just flying around. Like,
Andrea comes up with only the most refined, classiest, high-quality questions ever.
How does the knights move? Wait, help me, because they're another draw! Yeah! I feel one-sided there. My sister just beat the 2500 of chess 24. Yeah!
I know.
El Manito!
Who's gonna climb it off?
Is it over? Why are you still here? It's not going through. Look, Alex, what else did you want? Bonjour, Alamon. Bienvenue à Paris. Party star.
What are you doing?
Yeah, what is this?
What is this?
There's a little hat.
Yes.
Oh. Andrea and Andreas! Andreas! We have you here! We have a girl gang. I've never had this in my life. This is very exciting, and they're all better than me at chess.
I know a lot about wine, obviously. Drink it every morning. No, sorry, that's whiskey in Ireland. I confuse the two things. Bagge?
Love
Burger?
It's 30 seconds to a minute. Alex might lose her first match.
Literally no one opening that's the
Because
easiest
it's
to
the
memorize,
best one.
and you still
It's actually very
mess up
complicated
theory.
at higher levels. Yeah. Coats and accessories.
Yeah.
Opa! Yes! Merde, I understood that.
So we made it to London barely.
Andrea, måste vi ta den meja.
All right, we're crossing the river, and there's Big Ben.
This is supposed to be team chess. Okay, I'm tired.
That was fucking terrible. I'm never doing it again.
You couldn't get a gambit already. Palms are sweaty, they're heavy, but on the service he's in check already.
I'm so powerful.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the fourth round of the Reykjavik Open in Iceland at 8:23 p.m. yesterday local time. The volcano erupted yet again, and there's currently red skies in Reykjavik with the lava in the distance. Making its effect on the venue. But fortunately, the girls got to visit the thermal springs already before the tournament started. However, I do want to mention that the eruption happened about 30 minutes after Alexandra had lost a second game in a single day. Coincidence? No coincidence. Hurricane Andrea, volcano eruptor Alexandra. I don't know. I'm just I'm presenting the facts, and then you, the reasonable people of the internet, may come to your own conclusions. As you can see, there are no cameras up right now, and that is. Yeah, hopefully not volcano related, but that's not anything I have control over. So I'm hoping that's gonna make it in the near future. There we are. And today's opponents are actually very similar in age, only 1 year apart. They're both Icelandic. And they're both in their mid-70s. And that is actually no coincidence at all. Because when you're mid-70s today, that means you were an impressionable young man in 1972. And why is 1972 important? It was the big event of chess in the world, really, but it happened in Reykjavik, Iceland. Bobby Fischer versus Boris Spassky. They played their world championship match in 1972, and it left a big impression on Iceland. And to this day, Iceland is one of the countries with the highest ratio of grandmasters per capita, and the big event in 1972, the world championship match, is part of that reason. And you can be sure that these guys, they were very much inspired by that match. They're just in the right age group to be really have big memories and being inspired by that match taking place. We have moves on Alexandra's board. Pawn to d4, Alexandra played, and her opponent on the line always plays pawn to e6. And so we had some good prep here on how to deal with his specialty opening, pawn to e6. However, Geir Ragnvaldsson has instead played knight to f6, so Alexandra is already out of prep. So that's good. Coach definitely not getting fired. And then he follows up with pawn to e6. That's... I swear he's never done this before. Maybe I found the wrong chess.com account for him. I don't know. Does his name mean rainforest sun? Not to my knowledge. In Norwegian, so basically every Icelandic name, it's based on what your father is called. It's not like you don't have the same last name as your parents. And you have a different last name on whether you're a girl or a boy. So Geir Ragnvaldsson, he is well, in Norwegian it would be Ragnvaldsson, but in Icelandic apparently it's Ragnvaldsson, but it's the same different, that he is the son of Ragnvald, and Geir's daughter, her name will be Geirsdottir, daughter of Geir, and his son would be Geirsson. So your son would be Hammerson. I mean, Ludvigsson they would be, but yeah. For those of you, for all the English speakers for whom I call myself Hammer because you can't say Ludwig, then yes. Andrea's camera is up and running. So Alexandra is playing against a lower rated player, and apparently I messed up his rating. I don't really know why I messed up the rating for Alexandra's opponent, but let me correct that. He's pretty much 1700, but Andrea is playing up. She's playing a guy with 2070. But Andrea has been great with the white pieces, and she got the white pieces today again. She actually got the white pieces 2 games in a row. And I can't even be bothered to make my Jabava jokes anymore, because frankly, the Jabava is working for Andrea, so I'll stop giving her a hard time about it. Knight to c3 blocks the pawn's ability to fight for the center, but, you know, it's working. Computer already thinks black is significantly better, but whatever. In Alexandra's game, after c5, Alexandra goes d5. Her opponent has played... Genuinely, I can't really tell what's happening on that board. Did they move the camera further back? I think I misunderstood Alexandra's opponent's moves. I think actually he played pawn to d6, didn't he? Pawn to d6, and then he played pawn to c5. Alexandra played pawn to d5, which is the computer's favorite move. But I mean, if I'm playing this, I'm taking this guy and trading queens. This looks like a massive endgame for white. But I will admit that I have a preference for trading queens. Just get them out of the game. I think this is what has happened. I mean, I'm really struggling to interpret the board, but I think this is what happened. I don't know why black would block their own bishop by putting the knight forward. I don't know why he wouldn't play the pawn up, but based on this slightly poor camera angle, this is kind of what I'm... Can't you zoom in? And see here, because the camera has moved further back, now people think that they can just stand in the way. Because now there's more space between the camera and the board. Oh, you just know I'm going to be annoyed by this. I genuinely have no idea what Alexandra's opponent did. Because frankly, he has an unorthodox interpretation of openings. Which became apparent to me when we were trying to create some very nasty prep to catch him in based on his chess.com games. Did Alexandra just play h3? What is going on? What on earth could this guy have possibly done to make Alexandra play h3? Like, the guy even blocked his own bishop from getting into the game, so is the g4 square even that important? Can you zoom in? I can try. You're asking a lot of me today, chat. I think he did play this e6 move. But if I'm Alexandra, I would be so tempted to just take this. Because this just doesn't feel like a very good pawn structure for black. But Alexandra played h3, which is somehow the computer's top choice? What? How is this the top... This man's style is just, it's very anti-computer, very anti-traditional, and I'm really struggling with understanding it. But apparently Alexandra understands it well enough to play the top moves. Now bishop to e7. At some point Alexandra will play e4. I guess she's going to play that now. Also computer's top choice. It's going to be an interesting game, I guess. Black is playing a bit passive, so I'm liking Alexandra's chances. Let me pop in and see what Andrea's doing. Pawn to d5 played by her opponent. That's a good move. Pawn to bishop to f4. That's the Jabava London. Her opponent played pawn to a6, which people often play to take control of the b5 square, so that the white knight cannot jump into an attacking position and work together with the white bishop against the c7 pawn. e3 played by Andrea, and now her opponent played pawn to c5. Ooh, interestingly, the computer feels like Andrea should actually capture this pawn. But yeah, the combination, so very often you play pawn to c5 here. This is definitely some kind of well-known theory. And then I suppose you could play a6 afterwards. But playing a6 and then c5, that I think is a bit unusual. And Andrea has adopted her thinking pose, which kind of signalizes that she is not prepared for this line specifically to this game, and that she's going to try to remember what you're supposed to do. I guess we'll zoom in a bit on Andrea's game as well. Cut off the heads in the background. That's pretty good. Okay, a little bit more. A little bit more. That's pretty good. Okay. How are we feeling? Zoomers versus boomers today, huh? Yeah, quite literally. The generation match. Andrea will remember she's a force of nature. Benzea in chat saying that Andrea will remember. And by saying that, I guess he's also saying that her prep is to capture this pawn. What's the fees to play in this tournament? I don't actually know. I haven't played a starting fee for a tournament in 20 years. Some grandmaster privilege on display right now. But I would guess it's like $80. I can try and figure it out. Okay, Alexandra took this pawn, which I kind of said earlier that I wanted to do and was a fan of. And black obviously recaptures. I like this decision because even though you give up your central pawn, you give yourself some targets to attack. And one of the good things about making this trade is that now if you try to advance one of your central pawns as black, you're going to create some massive weaknesses on these light squares. So by making this trade, Alexandra is making it much more difficult for black to move the pawns further forward. On the other hand, if Alexandra now plays pawn to e4, that I would maybe not like so much, because then pawn to e5, and there's some ideas where black can establish a piece inside white's half without having a pawn that you can use to kick a piece away from that square. So I guess in this position, honestly what I would like to see is something like pawn to g4, because I want to fianchetto this guy and I want to justify the fact that I played this pawn one step forward. So playing g4 and then fianchettoing to get the bishop pointing through the center, that seems reasonable to me. Pawn to b3 being suggested by the engine. Pawn to e3 also good. Bishop to f4 immediately targeting the pawn, also good. So many different good moves for Alexandra here, but this is the moment where she needs to find her plan moving forward. And she does end up playing pawn to e4. So she kind of plays the plan that I'm the least happy with, in terms of there now being this long-term potential for black to try and occupy this d4 square. But that, in return, I mean, it's not very likely to happen anytime soon, because black played this knight to d7 really early And maybe he should have held back this development, because then there would be hope of getting to the d4 square long term. But e4, Alexandra has good central control, good central advantage here. In the meantime, Andrea is still thinking, and according to the engine, pawn takes c5 is a decent move for white, but it's also the only move that's better for white. The engine says that all the alternatives actually means black has a preferable position, which when you play the Jabava London is more like the default setting. But anyway, is it better playing against really old dudes or kids? The experience has been, Sly, that some of the kids are better than their numbers, because they haven't necessarily played that much and they make very rapid improvements. Whereas older experienced guys, they play quite a lot of tournaments and their rating numbers often align with their proper level, which means yeah, and it's a bit generalizing, but old people better to play against than young people. In chess, the general rule of thumb is that the younger the opponent, the more scared you are. So you're more scared of an 8-year-old than a 40-year-old or 70-year-old. Okay, so after pawn to e4, Alexandra's opponent played... Is someone paying attention to these moves? Because... Oh yeah, no, he castled. That makes sense. He castled, and then Alexandra plays bishop to e3. Okay, so she's taking control of that d4 square, which was my long-term concern. However, if her opponent plays e5 and then maneuvers the knight over, there really is no way she can stop the knight from getting to this square long term. So that's going to be my concern in this position, that the opponent manages to get this long-term plan with the knight maneuvering. And it's going to be really annoying for white to deal with such a knight in the middle of their camp. Interestingly, the engine is actually recommending knight to b8 as the top move, which is very clearly a start to this plan of trying to get up in the center. But from a human perspective, I suppose it makes more sense to play something like b6, because then you're getting this guy into the game, pointing in towards the center of the board. Ooh, but black does have to be careful not to fall for some trick where the white knight moves up, attacks the pawn, and when the pawn moves forward, you do get a fork on the queen and on the rook. So some care needed in this position for black. Andrea is she's still thinking. So Andrea talks a lot about all the Jabava theory she knows, and this is the test to see if she really does know all this Jabava London theory. 1700 versus 2000 should be easy. I'm optimistic, Guppy, about Alexandra's chances. She really does need a win though, after yesterday, which was kind of sad. Getting 2 losses in a row, it's so important to turn the tides and strike back. When the girls are waiting for their opponent to play, are they looking for their next move or what the opponent might do? Basically a bit of both, Rick. So, well, or you can just not be at the board. So, like, the number one thing I would say is that you get up from the board and you stroll around and you take a break so that your head is going to be fresh for the next move. But if you feel like you're pretty confident about what your opponent is going to do, then you might stay at the board and you might think about what am I going to do if they play this move I'm expecting. But I don't know. In general, I would say Alexandra and Andrea sit down at the board a lot more than, say, I would. So I would, I think, I'm not sure. Sometimes it feels like you're in a bit of a trance, right? When you're playing a game of chess. But the way I perceive myself is that I rarely sit down at the board while it's my opponent's turn. Because I don't want to waste energy thinking about something that my opponent might just not do. And then that energy may have been wasted. What are the rules on a live streaming games? Do the opponents need to agree to it? I don't think so. I think very often a chess tournament is going to be considered like a public venue, but we have had opponents who would prefer not to be on camera, and then we've tilted the camera so that the girls are the only ones visible. Do they need to remember the position so that they can note down their opponent's move? At this level, they're always going to remember or notice the difference if their opponent has moved compared to the previous one. So it's not like something you actively try and remember, oh, I gotta remember what the situation is right now so that I understand what my opponent's move is. But you do have to make note of your moves, even in like under 8, under 10 sections. And then there are some issues. I know there's like some under 6 world, like I think there's an under 8 world championship. And then there could be issues of the kids not even actually knowing how to write. So, but those kind of problems are more for the very fresh players as opposed to this kind of tournament. Because in this tournament in Reykjavik, no one here is playing their first tournament, basically. Everyone knows most things. Why do moves have to be written down? In order to keep a record of the game. Not everyone is playing on these electronic boards where the board is kind of auto recording and live streaming what is played. So the same rules apply to everyone regardless of what board you're at. And it can also be useful if you want to claim a draw in case of 50 moves without a capture or a pawn being moved. Andrea took the pawn, so good for her remembering her theory. But yeah, notating your moves can be good for checking whether a position has occurred 3 times previously, or whether you've made lots of moves without pawns or captures being made, which is one of one of the reasons for when you can claim a draw, that your opponent hasn't made any progress. What is Jabava? Jabava is a Georgian chess player, but when we talk about Jabava, we are talking about the Jabava opening, which is moving the knight out here to c3 early, and then the bishop out, the Jabava London. Is there a hammer opening? No. I am not of the Jabava level of fame. Did Jabava invent this opening? I'm not sure he invented it, but he definitely popularized it. Otherwise, people wouldn't be calling it by his name. Is there a Magnus opening? No, there's no Magnus opening. In general, it's like it's very rare to have a opening named after you these days, because everything has already been invented, basically. Alexandra plays queen to c2, and at this point, I feel like she's doing this on purpose. Like, why would you not move your bishop out and castle? Like, surely she's actively trying to piss me off by never castling her king. There is no other logical explanation. This is actually a big mistake. Well, maybe not a big, but it's definitely a mistake, because remember how we talked about one of Black's best plans is trying to get a knight to the d4 square? Well, here, that plan will now actually, when the knight gets here, it's going to be attacking the white queen. And for that reason, I think this is a poor placement for the queen. Oh my god, and look at this. The computer is thinking, and suddenly the computer says that it likes Black's position, and that's actually because of a pawn sacrifice. Pawn to b5, and if Alexandra captures that pawn, then pawn to d5. And the position is opening up in the middle of the board, and white is regretting not having gotten the king out of the center. And also the early development of the queen side is actually now kind of backfiring, with the pawn advancing through the center to try and attack these two white pieces. Wow, this is actually just very bad for Alexandra. That's concerning. Yeah, so she really should have tried something like this just to get her king castled. I genuinely think I'm not even sure she kind of realizes this herself, but there's something in her head that just has decided that I'm never gonna castle before move 10, and I'm gonna delay castling for as long as possible. It's really stunning to see how many situations in which Alexandra can postpone castling her king. Okay. Knight to c6 has been played by Andrea's opponent. Clearly, he's trying to go pawn to e5, because right now Andrea has an extra pawn, and her opponent will want to try and take back that pawn with the bishop. He could have gone pawn to e6 and then tried to take the pawn as soon as possible, but instead he goes knight to c6, probably with the intention of going pawn to e5 afterwards, because now this pawn is protected by the knight. It attacks the bishop and opens up for the black bishop to capture the white pawn thereafter. And in order to keep control of this e5 square, Andrea has played knight to f3. If you suggest standing up and walking around when it's not your move, don't you lose valuable time when you're not back if the opponent has made their move? That is definitely a concern, yes, Zenivo. So if you're going to be walking around, you should stay reasonably close to your own board, and you should definitely keep an eye on when your opponent moves. I'm not saying it's the best strategy for everyone. I'm just saying that's what I think I do. But I've never really like timed myself for how much time I'm spending at the board when my opponent's clock is ticking. So it's more of a guesswork from me. Okay, Bansea says that if pawn to e6, Andrea is still in prep. But if bishop to g4, it's going to be tricky, he says. But on the other hand, the computer actually gives white an advantage in Andrea's game. Which, considering the fact that she played the Jabava London, I know I'm giving the Jabava a hard time, but it just goes against every chess instinct I have that you put the knight in front of this pawn that can fight for central control. And I will keep making sure that as few players as possible play this opening, because it's not supposed to be good. And in that, I'm also trying to say that the fact that the computer feels like white's position is fine even after bishop g4 means that things haven't been absolutely terrible. When did you last play in a tournament? Ask Ultimate. I actually played a tournament game 7 days ago. I played in the Swedish league and became the Swedish team champion with my team, the Hokaden Chess Club. Of course, winning the Swedish league is not as prestigious as winning the Norwegian league, which obviously is stronger due to the less Swedes part of the competition. But, you know, we take the wins. We take the wins wherever they come. Swedes catching strays? I mean, that wasn't really a stray. That was directed straight at them. A Norwegian talking shit about Swedes is not really... It's not going to make the news. Okay, Andrea's opponent did play bishop to g4. And Andrea plays pawn to h3, immediately putting pressure on the bishop. Andrea is about to win the bishop pair, which normally would make me proud, but she did it using the Jabava, so I'm torn. She follows my teaching like every second decision she makes. Put Alexandra's queen on c2. Yeah, okay, sorry. Alexandra's opponent has moved, right? He played knight b8. Okay, it was very interesting to do this pawn to b5 move, but knight b8 was also one of the computer's top choices. And it really illustrates why queen to c2 was just a bad move. because now this knight is very clearly headed to the d4 square, and because the knight, when it arrives there, will attack the queen, that's just going to lose some time for Alexandra. Her combination of pawn to e4 and queen to c2, she's basically made all the moves necessary for the knight coming to d4 becoming a big issue. Because when we have these two nice pawns controlling the center, that's all well and good, but it means that we have no pawns that can control the d4 square. And then with the knight getting here and winning a tempo on the queen, it's a little unfortunate. That being said, actually, Alexandra has an opportunity here to try and stop the black plan of getting the knight up. And she might actually play pawn to e5 here. That looks like quite a good move. Because after takes, the knight will take back, and the knight is kind of preventing the black knight from getting to the d4 square. Because if the knight tries to go there, well, we're ready to just take it out of commission. And the benefit of this will also be that the black pawn on e6 will now be an isolated pawn. A pawn that cannot be protected by other pawns. And that can be a long-term weakness for us to attack. So while knight to b8 was one of the top choices for the computer, I kind of feel like pawn to e5 was better, because then you get this same plan, but you avoid the idea of white pushing forward with their central pawn. So I like Gaia's plan, but I feel like he maybe executed it a bit inaccurately. Alexandra's Andrea's opponent is playing very quickly, no? He already made the trade with the bishop for the knight. Andrea recaptures with her queen, and we have a question in chat who says, obviously the black pawn is going to move so that the bishop may recapture white's pawn on c5. I agree. But the question is, do you recommend pawn to e5 or pawn to e6? And here there's actually no question about it. Because if black goes pawn to e5, yeah, you're attacking the bishop, but the bishop will attack the knight on f6. This knight is one of the only defenders of the d5 pawn, and white has such an easy time of getting more attack against that guy. And the pawn on d5 in this circumstance is basically just dead. There's no way of keeping it protected long term. So I'm definitely expecting Andrea's opponent, and he did, to go just one step forward with the pawn, creating that pawn chain, pawns defending each other up the board, but still opening up for the bishop to recapture the pawn. And now this game is going to get really spicy pretty early on, because Andrea is going to castle here, because that's a good way of getting her king out of the middle and pointing down towards the black queen. Her opponent will capture the white pawn, but then Andrea can try to break open the middle of the board, trying to trade some pawns here to use her rook pointing down through the middle. Her opponent would want to keep everything shut down. Pawn trades would favor the rook very much in terms of opening the potential for the rook. But here, even though this pawn is attacking the knight, and the knight doesn't really have anywhere good to go, this is still a cool position for Andrea because of the move pawn to e5. The pawn attacks the knight, but it also doesn't need to be concerned about the black pawn capturing the white knight because of the rook pointing down against the black queen. And it also means that when this knight moves out of the way, we've created a good square for our own piece in the center of the board. A square that was not available to the knight here, but since we didn't have to move the knight immediately, with the pressure from Black's pawn. We're exploiting that by actually just opening up new territory for the knight to jump into, creating this very interesting position. The computer feels like this is equal, but the kings are on opposite sides of the board. There's a big imbalance in how white has some bishops, black has some knights, and this is just a really, really intriguing situation that I'm hoping is going to happen. Alexandra did play e5, good spot. And frankly, I feel like she kind of had to do this because she needed to stop this plan of the knight coming in. And actually with this e5... I'm sorry. With this e5 move, no, with the queen to c2, she might actually consider castling queenside. And she may want to try and start an attack through the center. And that could be an advantage with the fact that she moved her queen instead of her bishop on a previous move. She has castled already? Ah, okay, so you guys were wrong. She didn't play e5. She castled, pointing down against the queen. And when your opponent does this, you got to be careful. You don't want to have your queen on the same file as the opponent's rook. So castling queenside, computer thinks, was a really bad move because the king, the white king, is not safe here long term because of the potential of all these black pieces getting into white's business. However, black was here completely dependent on playing the move queen to c7. And then after the bishop moves out, then knight comes here. The knight is aiming for this square. Alexandra doesn't really have a logical way of following up because she doesn't have a clear path to start attacking against the black king. And while she tries to centralize her pieces, her opponent can start making pawn sacrifices on the queen side to open up for the rooks down against the white king. Alexandra definitely made two mistakes. Queen to c2 and castling queenside. They were both clear mistakes in that she's kind of getting her king into a dangerous territory. But she got away with it because her opponent did not pay proper attention to the white rook pointing down on the black queen. He didn't go with the queen to c7, instead following up his plan on the previous move with the knight maneuver. And now after pawn to e5, computer says game over. Like one mistake, one wrong move, and the computer goes from saying black has an advantage, the potential of creating a big attack against the white king by utilizing this queenside pawn sacrifice. But when he didn't take that opportunity, when he didn't move his queen off the path of the white rook, what happens now is that the pawn advances in the center. This has big consequences for the knight. The knight has to move back. So number one, what has happened? The white pieces managed to force black back. But then the next question is, what about the activity of white's pieces? Previously, moving the bishop to d3 was not a huge success for Alexandra because this bishop would be blocked by its own pawn. And you wouldn't really be able to use this bishop for anything useful. However, after e5, let him cook. Did I get it wrong again? Is that what you're saying? Where did Alexandra's queen go? How on earth did they trade the queens? How long ago would you say that they traded queens? You're saying I put Alexandra's queen on the wrong square? That might be a thing. I'm gonna blame the person who placed the camera so far away. My very old eyes are not, they don't have the depth perspective to deal with this. How did none of you guys point out that I put the queen on the wrong square? Zoom in? I already did zoom in. Oh, here's the live board. Damn it. She did put the queen on d2. We did? You were yapping? Okay. So everything I've said just doesn't apply then. Like, this pawn sacrifice wasn't that good. Castling wasn't that big of a deal. She didn't misplace the queen so that the queen would be attacked by the knight. Damn it. I'm regretting the whole last 15 minutes of my life. It's funnier this way. I mean, it's funnier for you guys. Okay, what happened in Andrea's game? Andrea didn't castle? Why wouldn't you castle, Andrea? She went bishop g5. Yeah, I'm not a fan of that move. I wanted her to castle and try and open up the center for her rook. I don't think, like, black getting these doubled pawns is not that big of a deal as Andrea might think it is my suspicion. And also you could even go for the queen trade. And in the queen trade, it definitely doesn't matter that the black pawn structure is doubled. Because frankly, when you get this pawn structure, the only thing you're concerned about is that you might be opening up against your king on the king side. But here, it's rather that this pawn structure actually helps black increase their control towards the center of the board. I'm surprised I'm surprised Andrea goes bishop g5 because it's very much in her spirit to be super aggressive, and I feel like castling followed by pawn to e4 is definitely the aggressiveness that I'm expecting from Andrea. Okay, well, what's done is done. Let's go here. Takes. This is the current position. Her opponent is thinking. And now that I have a better understanding of what happened in Alexandra's game, I guess we're going to catch up with that one too. So Alexandra castled. Her opponent tried to move the knight towards the d4 square. And interestingly, in this position, Engine says, if white doesn't play this pawn sacrifice in the center, then black is just much, much better. So some of the stuff I've been saying definitely was correct in terms of if black gets the knight up to this d4 square, that could be really, really scary to deal with. And black having some potential long-term pawn sacrifices on the queen side. So some of what I said was right, even though I was a bit confused. But after knight to c6, the only acceptable move was pawn to e5, and Alexandra found it as if it was nothing. And after pawn takes pawn, what's good about this move is that it opens up the use of the e4 square for both the white knight and the white bishop. It prevents the advancement of this black pawn so that it becomes more difficult for black to establish a knight on d4 because, I mean, right now it does look like black is about to get their knight to d4 very easily, but Alexandra had a really good calculation here that after the trade of queens, like you could take back with the rook, but then you still had to choose whether to recapture with a knight or the bishop. And if the bishop recaptures, then Alexandra can take the pawn on c5, which means no more knight coming up to this juicy d4 square. And also, if you take with a knight, then the knight captures on e5, and also no more knight coming up to the d4 square. So the game has suddenly gone in a very positional direction. Her opponent chose to take back with the knight, but then after knight takes e5, what did Alexandra accomplish from this pawn advancement? Frankly, she accomplished pretty much everything you could hope for. Black got an isolated pawn in the center. Black's knight got forced back to a more defensive position, and it has no hope now of getting to the d4 square, because if you try to go there, well, you're just going to get taken out. Alexandra also opened the position, got rid of her pawn on e4, which means now if the white bishop places itself on this d3 square, it's not being blocked by its own pawn. It also means that if the bishop gets to the f3 square, it's also not being blocked by its own pawn in the center. So this bishop is super happy that the white pawn was traded off. And this knight is also pretty happy because it would like to utilize this e4 square. In fact, all these squares on the e file right now, all of them are excellent placements for white's pieces because black doesn't have any pawns anymore that can try and take control of these squares. So that was just a really good positional judgment from Alexandra. And she now holds a solid positional advantage in this game. Her opponent played pawn to b6, and she's got a couple of different things she can do right now. Computer really likes pawn to g4. That's partly because it wants to have this bishop pointing down the diagonal, but it's also because you probably want to keep continuing forward and push the black knight out of its position. But also good, bishop to e2 is fine, bishop to d3 is fine. Basically whatever Alexandra does is fine because she just has a really nice position here, and long term she's going to want to put her rook to point down towards one of the major weaknesses in black's position, the isolated pawn on e6, which Alexandra got to taste. She got to experience what it feels like having one of these isolated pawns yesterday, and now she's trying to inflict that same pain on her opponent. She played king b1. Not now, but she played it. When did she play it? Yeah, I don't understand that. They traded queens. The king is better towards the center of the board, and you're not developed yet. So I'm really struggling to see why you would want to play king b1. Hammer's like, I failed like a teacher, time to quit chess forever. I don't know about quitting chess forever, but quitting teaching, I should give that some serious consideration. Because my failures are very public. I blame the morning hammer. I spoke to Alexandra today. She was feeling so good and she had slept well and so on. And frankly, I mean, she's playing too fast, which is, you know, it's, but I don't mind her playing too fast because you need to try and find your rhythm. You need to try and find your pace. But playing fast doesn't excuse a move like this. Like, this move has 0 points. Like, I cannot see. If anything, there are some circumstances in which a bishop comes here and attacks the king, where the king is worse placed on this b1 square. And it's just, there's absolutely nothing good about this move. I'm trying to find some kind of a point, but I'm really struggling with it. Like, maybe she was thinking knight to a4, trying to target this pawn. And then pawn to b5. And then if you take, then there could be some concerns about this rook pointing down on the a2 pawn. But you can't go with the pawn forward because then knight takes c5. Yeah, this move I'm not super happy with. Bishop b7. And then, yeah, she's thinking about this now. She's baiting the bishop. Which bishop? I mean, Alexandra still has a solid advantage. Like, Alexandra is going to win this game. But yeah, I don't know. There's something about this moves that make absolutely no sense. It's just, it tells me that there's something that needs correcting from like a improvement perspective. And I'm massively struggling to understand what it is in her thinking that made her play this move. And then I get concerned that, like, how am I going to correct some faulty thinking if I just don't have a chance at understanding what the reasoning was. Update Andrea's board. Andrea has played e4. So after bishop takes c5, now she went e4. I mean, I like the e4 move in general. I'm just not. I'm a bit surprised why Andrea wouldn't castle first. Because you have this plan of opening up in the center of the board. And then it feels like, oh, I'm opening up the center. I should get my king out of the center. A big concern now, the computer feels like black is suddenly much, much better. And part of the reason why is this pawn to d4. And we talked about this earlier, how that pawn d4 was an option when we had the line with the castles instead of the bishop here. But the difference in this circumstance is that here we don't have the time to open up a good square for the knight. So when this queen just moves away, the knight isn't able to get to a good square on the next one. But maybe the computer says that's not a problem. Computer believes that with correct play, Andrea is almost losing after this pawn to e4 move, which is very surprising. I mean, she definitely moved her bishop twice, which is like sometimes, so a lot of the times, players, even like very seasoned players like Andrea, they forget about the most basic concepts in the opening. Because you get so obsessed with theory, with knowledge, with knowing your openings ahead of time. And you forget that, in essence, playing a good chess opening doesn't need to be that complicated. You put your pawns in the center. And then, you know, in Andrea's case, you don't put your pawns in the center because you learned this Jabava London. And so you're relying on your memory instead of your principles. You develop your pieces, which she definitely did. She got her bishop out. She got her knight out. And then it's like, get your king castled and don't move the same piece twice in the opening when you haven't completed your full development. And on the get castled part, she definitely failed. And she failed while also moving the same piece for a second time. And I'm here to tell you, chat, that those of you who believe that chess openings is all about memorization, that is maybe true at like the top 20 players in the world. Top 20, then a lot of the chess openings is memorization. But beyond that, at my level, at your level, at Andreas' level, it's not just all about memorization. And the basic opening principles that you learn as a kid, they still very much apply. So try not to move the same piece twice in the opening. Try to get castled when you can. Otherwise, the engine suddenly gives your opponent minus 1.56 after 10 moves, because maybe you mixed two different ideas. Because every move Andrea has made, it makes sense and it has like similar ideas within the Jabava London. But one of the most dangerous things about relying on your memory to play a chess opening is that a small nuance can make a big difference in your in a chess position. And so just because you've seen an idea before in a similar position doesn't necessarily mean it's going to work out in the one you have. What's a good opening to use as a beginner? I have an opinion on this. In fact, I'm working to create a course for beginners on what their first opening should be. But I'll tell you the course isn't done yet, unfortunately. I'm not very good with deadlines. But I will say this. It's based on the openings I used when I was teaching Benji Fishy during the PogChamps Streamer Championship. Where a ton of streamers, internet personalities, gamers, they competed to see who can become the best chess player. And no one was like a super player when we started out. And I was coaching Benji Fishy. He used to be a Fortnite professional. Now he plays Valorant at a very high level. And we worked together like an hour a day for 2 months. And he went from 900 rapid to 1600. And to answer your question, the openings we used were the French and the Queen's Gambit Declined. And I think those are great openings for a beginner. And I am recommending those openings in my upcoming beginners opening course. Netflix series mentioned? No. Opening Netflix series is named after mentioned. Alexandra played pawn to f3. That was a good move. Because there's nothing a bishop hates more than pointing down against an opponent's pawn protected by another pawn. This is worth keeping in mind, that if you want to limit the scope of your opponent's bishop, trying to create a pawn blockade, a pawn protected by another pawn, that is just going to make that bishop's life so much more difficult. What do you think about the Ponciani? I think the Ponciani does very well in the pawns in the center department. And it does quite poorly with the develop your pieces thing. First opening I learned was the Wayward Queen. Yeah. And one of the good things about the French opening for beginners is that you avoid all these early queen into the game traps. Because your opponent is not going to be able to attack the f7 square when you put a pawn protected by another pawn, speaking of. Because that really blunts the white bishop. The bishop is not going to be able to do anything when we put our pawns in this actually French formation, just like Fridjonsson has done here against Andrea. Wow, Braton is in chat with the French opening slander. Don't get misleaded, guys. If you plan to play the French, just play a different game already. No way you came into a Botez chat saying that. Alexandra is winning like every black game she plays with the French. She beat an IM just 2 days ago. Why not the Caro-Kann instead of the French? I just think the French is more intuitive and has less systems for you to know as a beginner. I'm defining beginners as like 600 to 1200 chess.com rapid. What's the best opening for white for beginners? I'm not sure, Lunatic. I'll start thinking about it once I finish my course for black. And then I'll see if I can come up with a concept for white. Why do they play so slow? Because they can. The more you think, the less likely you are to make a mistake in general. And when you start out with an hour and a half on your clock, you have a lot of time to make sure you play the right moves. Wow, Brown Bishop in the house cheering for the geezers, as he refers to them, his fellow old people. Any other old people in chat cheering for the older generation? I will say that chess streams on Twitch probably has the highest average age of really any sort of category. "34, am I old?" I'm gonna be 34 this year, Trey. I'd rather not respond to your question because neither one of us is gonna like the answer. Wow, we have a 64-year-old who's cheering for the Botezes. Wow. Talk about just going against your generation. Okay, knight c6 played Alexandra very quickly with knight to d7. She's not willing to make the trade of knights the way black wanted to make them, but she is willing to trade knights, just a different pair. And that trade does have to happen here because Alexandra is attacking both the black rook and the black pawn. So the trade has to happen. The white rook then enters into black's half of the board, attacking the bishop, but frankly, this bishop can just be protected. And we still have the long-term plan for black to get the knight into the d4 square. So I'm not super convinced by this decision from Alexandra, actually, because this knight was headed for the d4 square. So maybe we should have traded that knight so that we eliminate black's main plan. And then we could have gone bishop up and then rook in, and we would try to go after this this e6 pawn. By avoiding this trade but still accepting a trade, I fear that we're trading off the good knight. No, rather the bad knight. And we're allowing black to stick with the good knight that can come up in the center. That being said, after rook to b8, now bishop d3, and this bishop will try to point down towards the black pieces on the queen side, which does feel kind of annoying for black. One thing I am wondering is if this was the plan, could we have played knight to d7 here? Why didn't we do this immediately if that was the plan anyway? Takes. Oh, we're not attacking both bishop because the knight is actually protecting the bishop. Okay, never mind. Okay, so this is going to be the current position. Oh, the trade hasn't happened yet. But black has to agree to the trade because otherwise we have this double attack on the black rook and the black pawn. So the trade has to happen, and Alexandra will get her rook into the heart of black's position. but then it becomes a question of what will the rook accomplish, because the black bishops are actually going to be defended after the trade. A reminder, an announcement from Sepper in chat. Tomorrow we have another one of these awful days with 2 rounds. And in order to make that happen, 2 6-hour games in a day, you do need to start pretty early. So the next round, the 5th round of the tournament, is going to start at 9 a.m. local time, which is 10 a.m. Central Europe. It's 5 a.m. Eastern and 2 a.m. Pacific. "4 a.m. pain" is the most painful thing about the 4 a.m. disco, that no one cares about Central Time. And it just never gets mentioned, and then you feel like you have to mention it just to represent. I'm just asking. Don't forget Mountain Time. Sure, yeah. Famously, lots of people living in Mountain Time. Forest Time when? Finland, maybe. The trade has happened. The knights got traded off, and then the black rook comes in to defend the bishop. And yeah, actually, I mean, Alexandra is definitely better, but it's not by a lot. Because actually, even though she has her rook now deep into enemy territory, this rook it could get into some trouble. So if bishop to d3 and then bishop to f6, Alexandra would then already need to be careful. Because like if she does a nothing move, the knight to e5 is a serious threat, pointing against the rook and against the bishop, and just it's not necessarily all that good to have the rook in black's territory. That being said, what about the move knight to e4 here? Ooh, but after knight e4, we still have this knight attacking both the rook. Because even if we manage to take the black bishop, like, who cares? Black takes back and still has the attack against the rook and against the bishop. So I would actually go as far as to say that I think bishop to d3 would be a mistake here. Because that gives the black knight such a good prospect of attacking both the rook and the bishop on the next move. So after bishop to d3, you cannot make this fork immediately, because then white can capture the black bishop. But as long as you just move the bishop, how are you going to stop knight to e5 next? I guess you could go pawn to f4. Oh, but computer really didn't like that. And also that would open up the potential of this bishop pointing down the long diagonal. So, yeah, I'm not sure about this. It looks good having the rook be super aggressive, but it's actually not clear how you're gonna exploit that fact. And the most natural move, bishop to d3, does face some very immediate problems with a double attack. it feels much better for white because of the isolated pawn, but it's not that obvious. Ooh, but Alexandra goes bishop e2. I think that's a great decision. Really good awareness there, not to move the bishop all the way in, and realize that you need to have some space for the rook to retreat, or you need to avoid that there's the double attack in the future. So bishop e2 was a good move. But still, bishop f6, and now you can go knight d4 next move. Black's pieces are somehow managing to work together. Computer says white is a bit better, but not by much. So it could be a long grind in an endgame maybe for Alexandra. And her opponent already goes bishop f6. So he's feeling kind of confident, no? He's playing a lot quicker now than he was at the beginning. Yeah, Abyssal, I actually started calling it engine because people were complaining about me calling it a computer because it's a computer program. I don't really know how to please everyone. Just say stockfish. I've considered that, citizen. But that kind of then presumes pre-knowledge, which I don't really like to do. If you can't please everyone, just don't try. Oh, yeah. Sound like my therapist. Knight a4 moved. Wow. For the first time in the game, computer now feels black has the advantage. And it's kind of due to this d4 square. If I was a good coach, I would try to find a lot of training positions and talk about like squares where you cannot take control with your pawns. Because I feel like that's a repetitive pattern in Alexandra's games, that she a lot of the time underestimates the holes in her position, the squares where she doesn't have the capability to have a pawn push the opponent away. But like black had this opportunity here for a long time, right? But only now the computer engine Stockfish says that black is better. So clearly it's about more than the d4 square. There's a lot of stuff going on. But it is worth noting that the d4 square is not insignificant. And actually this also goes back to this situation where I do think it was quite a significant mistake by Alexandra not to trade off the knight that was headed to the d4 square. So it's kind of all the positional considerations are connected somehow. If we were going to trade knights regardless, it would have been better to trade off the knight that was headed to the important square. But, I mean, you can easily understand the reasoning for why Alexandra did what she did, right? Because after this trade, she gets a rook deep inside enemy territory, putting a lot of pressure against the black bishops. And then it just turns out, actually, you're not really able to use that rook for too much. And the knight will quickly come to chase it back. That being said, knight e5 now is probably a mistake because of rook here attacking both the pawns. It's still a tricky position, but the trend of the game is not in Alexandra's favor. Both the computer feeling that black's position is better and better, sure, but I would also say a trend in Alexandra's game is that her opponent is feeling, I feel like he's feeling more confident now than he was in the beginning, because he's playing quicker. I don't know if you agree with that observation, but that's my impression, that her opponent he's been pretty quick with his moves now. But sometimes your opponent being quick with the moves just means that they're stressed out because you're playing quickly. So it can go both ways. Knight d4 threatens knight takes e2 and bishop c6. Oh, that's bad. Oh, that's a good point. Knight to d4 threatens both knight takes bishop and bishop forking or double attacking, or what you want to call it, against the rook and knight. So if the knight comes up here, Alexandra has to take it, giving up the bishop pair. But if this does happen, she will win a pawn, because then she will get the rook stepping back, attacking two pawns at the same time. So knight to t4, it feels like a good move because it forces Alexandra to trade off the bishop, but then it turns out it's actually not that good of a move because you're going to lose a pawn. So the position is definitely still full of tricks. Andrea's opponent is checking out the clock. Did he press the clock because he made a move? It's definitely Andrea's clock ticking now, right? Doesn't look pressed. Oh my god, is my eyesight really that bad? Definitely looks like white's time is running, no? But no move has been made. You guys feel like that clock is... It's his clock? Okay. Hammer needs new glasses. Well, so does Andrea's opponent, if he literally just picked up the clock to see how much time he had remaining. But yeah, I'm not proud of striking back against comments on my eyesight saying that, oh, at least my eyes work better than a 70-year-old's. Maybe you see it better on Alexandra's cam. Yeah, that's true. On Alexandra's cam, even I can see that it's Julius's time that's ticking. Good shout. What's the longest game of chess you've played? I actually, the game with the most moves I've ever played actually happened at the Reykjavik Open. True story. It was a game I won against Ehsan Moghadiabadi, who then represented Iran, but now he moved to the US and he married one of the US national team players. But it was a game that I won in the end. I was up a pawn since like move 15. And in the end, I needed to get to like move 144 to win the game. Do you think Julius is thinking about how to attack, or does he think he's in trouble? I don't know. I'm very surprised Julius is spending this much time. Because frankly, he played so quickly in the opening. And he played with such confidence. Before thinking about this move, he had never spent more than 3 minutes on a move. Which is just wild. To play so quickly and then out of nowhere be thinking for like 25 minutes. But the computer is saying that Andrea is in trouble and Black has multiple good moves. But by far the best is just pushing the pawn forward, according to Engine. If this pawn pushes forward, Andrea is definitely castling though, right? And then apparently queen a5 is good, but it gets really complicated. Like Black sacrifices a pawn and the rook is under attack. And then somehow this is good for Black. You just move the rook. He could just castle anyway. No, he definitely can't castle. Like, Andrea has a big threat with her pawn against Black's pawn in the center. So this tension between the pawns really needs to be figured out. So in terms of if there's a position in the game where it's logical to think for a long time, this is definitely it. It's a bit surprising because he was so quick in the earlier phases that he didn't seem like a guy who liked to spend a lot of time thinking for a move. Which of your games was your best achievement and why? Asks Pete. Well, Pete, it depends on your definition. Like, the best game I ever played was against Mihail Krasenkov. That was just a beautiful game I won with the black pieces, and I've made a video on it on chess.com. If you have a diamond membership, you can check it out. #sponsored. Got the logo and everything on the screen. But the best achievement, like the highest rated player I've beaten, I beat Magnus Carlsen when he was like 2860 or 70. He was like really, really high up. And I beat him in the Norway chess tournament back in 2015. So that's the highest rated player I beat. But the coolest achievement from winning a chess game, that must be when I en passant checkmated the reigning world Blitz champion on chess.com. There we go. I just, you know, I was working up to it. Chat. You knew it was coming. You just didn't know when. We need a flex counter? I don't know. If you make a counter, then maybe I get very competitive. I'm a competitive person in general. And I would fear that if you make a counter, then this stream is going to be a lot more flexing and a lot less watching Botez playing chess. I'm not sure that's going to be well received. And knight d4 is on the board. Big moment here for Alexandra. She has to take the knight. If she plays anything other than taking the knight, she's in big trouble. On the other hand, if she does take the knight, she's going to win a pawn. So, pros and cons. What if both of them play knight d4 at the same time? It could happen. But then Julius is going to have to move pretty much now. Knight d4 is definitely one of the moves he's thinking about. Attacking the queen and attacking this pawn. And if you get that pawn, you can attack further on towards the king and the rook. A double knight d4 from the Icelandic veterans. Is it going to happen? I'm still amazed that Julius played the opening so quickly and now he's spending 30 minutes on a single move. Uh-oh, you guys are not gonna like this. We caught up because Julius has been thinking more than 15 minutes. We've caught up with the live board, the not live board, I guess is better to say. From the tournament, and Andrea got a question mark. It happens. These are the old blokes Alexandra and Andrea were looking for. Yeah, but careful what you wish for. Just because your opponents are not 8-year-old girls doesn't mean they're not dangerous. What is the vertical bar on the left side of the board? Good question, Manu. If you watch a lot of chess, you're going to be familiar with it. But there's plenty of people here who are watching their first chess broadcast. And then if you're wondering about it, it probably means others are as well. So the bar on the side, basically it starts out being, well, pretty much like it is on Alexandra's board now. It's half white, half black. But if the computer feels like white gets an advantage in the game, the bar will become more and more white and less black to indicate that white has the advantage. For instance, in Andrea's game right now, we have an example of that, just the other way around. The bar is way more black than it is white, which means that it's a graphical representation of the fact that the computers absolutely hate Andrea's position and believes she is going to lose if her opponent finds all the right moves. Fortunately, that doesn't really happen. We don't play opponents who play absolutely perfectly. But it is a slight cause for concern. And while we're on the topic, you can also see this question mark Andrea got on her previous move. And while it is often admirable to ask lots of questions and showcase your curiosity, and that is oftentimes the best way of learning, chess has decided to give the question mark a more negative connotation. And one question mark means that you've made a mistake, and two question marks mean that you have blundered and might lose the game because of your most recent move. On the other side of the spectre is the exclam. 1 exclam is good move, 2 exclams is brilliant move. And somehow the problems of the school system is also reflected in the world of chess, in that we are rewarding the loud disruptors of the class and spreading negativity about the curious minds wondering about how the world all works. Since we're on the Just Chatting channel, I need to insert some politics every now and then to justify that we're not only doing chess. He moved? Who moved? Oh, Julius! No. Julius, yes, he did go knight d4. Oh man, if only he had done that like 3 minutes earlier. But also, that's not a great move. Look at the change on this eval bar. It used to be very, very black. Now it's equal amounts white and black. Knight to d4 does attack the queen, but it is a mistake. Because what black no longer has the option to move the pawn forward and avoid the trade between the pawns. And because black can no longer avoid the trade of pawns, it means that the position will open up, which is the chess terminology for this. The fewer the pawns, the more open the position. And open positions generally favor the player with the 2 bishops. So this is excellent news for Andrea. And yeah, computer is saying equal, but I think that after queen to d3, which obviously Andrea is going to find in this instance, I think Andrea is going to get a sizable advantage within 5 moves. Because I think this was the first step in the wrong direction for Julius, and I don't think you can I don't think the logical follow-up is going to be good for black. So very often when you make a mistake, you often follow it up with another mistake. So even though the computer feels like this is an equal situation, I'm predicting that in 5 moves, Andrea will have the advantage. Hammer, considering Alexandra has been playing more like an 1800 this tourney, I'm not sure that's the best way to start a sentence about a player who has played an average rating of 2,300 and scored 1 point out of 3. Alexandra's rating performance is like 2150 this tournament. Your premise, I reject your premise, sir. What are the chances we get Alexandra versus Andrea this tournament? I would say the chances are reasonable. So there's 5 rounds left. They have almost the same amount of points. And they kind of have the right distance between them so that they may end up on separate... Because the way the rounds are made is that you take the people on the same amount of points and then you cut them in half. The list, not the players. And then you take the number 1 player on the top half against the number 1 player on the bottom half. And because they have like pretty separate ratings, there's a distance between them. It means that they could end up on separate sides of the list. So I would say when they have the same amount of points, it's like 5% chance, maybe a bit more, that they play against each other. And then you times that with 5 rounds. So as long as they have the same amount of points in every round, which is unlikely, so that's half the percentage then. So I would say it's about 20% chance that they play each other. 50-50, yeah, that's the classic, isn't it? Either it happens or it doesn't happen. I did very poorly in math too, sir. I have tried that strategy myself. But the problem is my dad is a mathematics professor, kind of. And he doesn't really approve of that. Moves on both boards, yeah. And the good news is Alexandra played the top move, the only good move she had. She needed to capture Black's knight, and she did it. Black quickly recaptures with a bishop, but then after rook to d6, Alexandra is attacking pawns in 2 directions. And she's about to win one of these pawns and get the advantage. And Andrea did play queen to d3, but I already said she was going to play this, so that's fine. Oh my god, there's Lazarus is doing math in chat. Are you saying my calculation of 1 minus 0.95 to the power of 5 was incorrect? Is the answer not 20? 23%. Yeah, I'm sorry, chat. My bad. I made this comment earlier this week, but I'll say it again. A chess stream on Twitch has by far the most mathematicians in chat compared to any kind of other topic. Okay, so more moves are coming in on Andrea's board, and not to say that I am a freaking genius, but did Andrea's opponent, after playing knight to c6, knight to d4, sorry, did he follow it up with a mistake right afterwards? The answer is yes, he did. Because here in this position, the best move was queen to a5 or pawn to h6. Instead, Fridtjonsson, he played pawn takes e4, and already the eval bar is going up in Andrea's favor. She recaptures. She now threatens the black bishop. The bishop has to retreat, and Hammer's prediction of that in 5 moves Andrea will have the advantage has proven to be correct. In fact, it happened after only an additional 2 more moves. So Andrea, she had a bit of a scare. She was definitely inaccurate with how she tried to open up the center of the board, but she got away with it. And now she can be happy about the current situation. If I'm her, I would probably play castles. Why is this bad for white? I'm very confused. Oh, damn. Okay, so this looks really, really good for white, but apparently knight takes f2 here is brilliant and much better for black. Ignoring the fact that the opponent just captured your bishop and threatened your queen. And instead just continuing to capture stuff, doing the big triple threat fork. And because one of the threats is the queen, you get away with it. Ooh, and if you go with like the queen here, then it's even checkmate. Because the knight comes in to give the check, you have to take the knight, but then the queen comes in protected by the... Wow. Yeah, okay. So apparently what Andrea should do is first capture this knight and then castle. But that's not very obvious. Okay, well anyway, Andrea's opponent spent forever thinking about his previous couple of moves. So that means Andrea can now take her time in figuring out whether or not she can castle. There is the tension between the knights and the center, so that's very much on her radar. And she definitely will want to castle very soon. So Andrea is going to castle here within the 3 next moves because she's not her sister, but also it's move 13, so it's about time anyway. And in the meantime, we can check over at Alexandra's board. And did her opponent play? He played b5. b5. So Kongevaldsson, he realizes that he was going to lose a pawn no matter what. And he says, I'd rather lose this pawn in front of my rook so that now if you capture this pawn, then I'm going to create some nastiness with my rook pointing down on the white king. And frankly, this bishop in the center is also really good, helping out, putting pressure against the white king. In fact, computer says this is just good for black after bishop takes pawn. We talked about how this bishop is not very happy with there being a white pawn protected by another pawn, blocking its ability to put pressure on the diagonal. But here the bishop can actually sacrifice itself against the white pawn because it also opens up an attack against the white bishop on the opposite flank. And then if we just follow the takes, then at the end of this, it's equal number of pawns, but what's not equal is the number of pieces pointing in against the opponent's king. So we're definitely not looking to go down this path. Fortunately, the good news is Alexandra has a really good move here. And basically what Alexandra needs to realize is that opening up for this rook is just not going to work out for her. So the move being recommended instead is knight to b6. And after knight to b6, white actually gets a significant advantage. Because after, say, takes, you don't go... Because I was thinking, is there a fork? Is that why this is good for white? But actually, if you go for the fork, then black can sacrifice their bishop, giving a check on the white king. The bishop is captured, but then the rook comes in, protected by this hero, the bishop in the center. Check against the king. The king has to move. And then you don't even capture the free bishop. You move the pawn up, and if white captures the black rook, then bishop in check, pawn in check, and the pawn becomes a new queen. Oh, wow. Okay, there's a lot of traps to watch out for. But, so basically, the idea behind this knight to b6, I thought it was to do the double attack on the rooks, but actually what it's more about is that this knight needs to stay in the path of the rook so that the rook is unable to point down against the white king. Knight b6 played, good move. Good move from Alexandra. And Andrea's still thinking. She definitely wants to castle, but apparently it's not good here. Is forking the rooks bad? Yeah, apparently. So even though Alexandra found the right move, we're not yet sure she found the right plan. Although that being said, after pawn takes pawn, it does make a lot of sense just recapturing with the bishop, because then you also point in towards this black pawn and the black king. And the idea of having the knight coming into the d7 square, even though it's not good now, it might be good in the future. Yeah, Alexandra, kind of out of nowhere, has a really good position now. Her opponent kind of tried to trap her, you know? He played knight to d4. It looked like a good move. You're threatening this bishop. You're threatening to move your other bishop to start a double attack against the rook and the knight. And then suddenly you couldn't keep everything defended. Why are so many people walking around like it's some kind of a flea market? Well, we talked about this earlier, how that in general, I feel like sometimes Andrea and Alexandra are staying too long at the board, because when the opponent is thinking, the chance of you predicting the opponent's move is going to be less than 50%. So often you're just kind of sometimes you're using a lot of energy calculating something that just ends up never happening. So walking around is is very normal to power down your brain while it's your opponent's turn. And why so many people are walking around near Alexandra and Andreas's games, that is no accident either, because that's because the people at the tournament, there are 400 people playing, and they want to check out the games of the big stars. So they go and they see Vasily Ivanchuk, the former #2 player in the world, beater of Carlsen and Kramnik, when Carlsen and Kramnik had this epic duel to try and qualify for a world championship match against Vichy Anand. People are going over to watch Jules Mazard, one of the best French players, and they go to watch Andrea and Alexandra Botez, the big chess star influencers. Andrea moved. What did she do? Did she castle? Ooh, she didn't castle. She played bishop takes knight. That was the best move according to the computer. Great move from Andrea. And now she can castle next. That was great. Next move, she'll castle, and black is in massive trouble. Hammer's still holding out for a castle. I mean, they castle late, but they usually do end up castling. I'm not wrong when I say I would like to see them castling earlier, but I'm also not wrong when I'm saying that I'm expecting them to castle soon. It's not like they're just refusing to do it to spite me. That would be crazy. How is Ronvald's son playing so well at 1700? I think he's just pretty good at classical. Because I found his chess.com account and he's like 1600 chess.com rapid. Which is frankly not very good. There's people in chat with that rating. But let's just say that in order to play 1700 in an over-the-board tournament, you have to play at a way higher level than you need for 1600 chess.com rapid. Okay, Andrea's opponent. Wow, he didn't take back with the bishop. He took back with the pawn. That's a big surprise. He wants to avoid the trade between the white knight and the black bishop. And he also wants to move this pawn up next so that he can kick Andrea's knight out of its good positioning in the center of the board. And while those are very legitimate reasonings, the computer is not a huge fan. And 4 moves ago, I said that Andrea is going to have a big advantage pretty soon. And now Engine giving her an advantage comparable to that of one pawn, 1.17. That being said, the only good move now is to castle. So, oh, she already did it. Never mind. And Alexandra's opponent did capture the pawn on c4. So this is a big moment for Alexandra too. If Alexandra now gets greedy and tries to fork the rooks, then she's going to lose the game. But if she just recaptures the black pawn and points her bishop in towards the black king, then she's going to have a very nice position. Is Andrea wearing AirPods? Earplugs? Yeah, someone was asking, are you allowed to wear earplugs? And the answer is definitely no. No, sorry, AirPods. AirPods, not allowed. Earplugs, you are allowed, but you kind of look like a nerd. So earplugs are allowed, actually? I mean, I would think so. But, like, if you get in an argument with an arbiter, then basically whatever the arbiter says goes. It is within an arbiter's power to decide what's allowed and what's not. So if they say they're not allowed, then they're not allowed, and that's just the end of the conversation. But I would assume most arbiters would be fine with it. Are sunglasses allowed? Yes. But then it kind of looks like you're trying a bit too hard. Kind of the opposite of the looking like a nerd situation. Alexandra has recaptured with her bishop, pointing against a couple of black pawns and also even against the black king. So Alexandra has a good advantage right now, and so does Andrea. So to answer the person who came in asking how are the girls doing, right now they're doing amazing. Like half an hour ago, they were both kind of... But now they're doing great. Things turn around quickly. It's all about the timing. Wow, Alexandra's opponent played bishop d5, which was the only acceptable move. I didn't think that was such an easy move to find. But it's actually a really good one. It's a really, really good one. And now Alexandra only has one good move, and that's pawn to b3. And after pawn to b3, black has bishop to e5, and this rook is in trouble. But it's okay because Alexandra can sacrifice her rook and then go with the knight fork. So apparently the knight fork was super important. Just, you know, we couldn't do it immediately, or the next move, or the next move after there, or the next move after there. But just sometimes having the idea in a position, it's gonna be important at some point. B3 is far from obvious. Oh no, it's difficult. Definitely difficult. Which is why I was impressed with her opponent. Bishop d5, he's really being good at utilizing his rook and trying to have that rook point in towards the white king, combining very well with this bishop in the center. So basically the threat from the rook and the bishop together against the b2 pawn is the reason why this pawn needs to move and get away from danger. So the b3 move is... I think that's kind of logical in some ways, but the trick becomes realizing that you can play the b3 move even though the bishop then comes to attack the rook. Because if the rook moves, the rook only has one safe square, and if the rook moves to the safe square, then you lose your protection of the knight, allowing black to win the game. So in order to find the b3 move is logical, but you need to realize that you're allowing your rook to be trapped. That's the difficult part of the b3 move. You're allowing your own rook to be trapped, which is a massive concern, naturally. Andrea moved. And Andrea's opponent moved. Knight to c6 has been played, and Andrea very quickly goes queen c3, and Andrea now has a winning position. Knight to... Well, black had already made a couple of mistakes, but here the only good move for black, according to the computer, was to go f5. And then after some trades, we would go into an endgame where Andrea has an extra pawn, but it's not going to be easy to win. However, Black didn't want to lose a pawn. So Black retreated the knight, asking for a trade of queens. And this time, Andrea says, no trade of queens for you, sir. I'm going to instead point my queen together with my knight against the f6 square. Right now, that square is under control. It's protected by both the Black queen and the Black bishop. However, since we just castled, it means that the white rook is now in the center, and as the queen moves out of the way, it actually opens the path of the rook towards the Black queen. The Black queen then has to move away, but that means the queen will move away from this important pawn that Andrea is attacking with her queen and knight. So now after queen to a5, Andrea will capture the pawn because now she has 2 attacking while Black only has 1 defending. And after this, Andrea will be up a pawn, and she will also have an attack against the Black king. So Andrea, 3 out of 4. It's happening. Oh, her opponent played queen c7. Well, same thing. She's going to take this pawn on f6, and she's going to have a big attack. Is this the first or second game today? This is the first and only game today, Sheriff. But tomorrow, we will have another one of those days with 2 games. So tomorrow, the games are starting at 9 a.m. local time, which is, 2 a.m. Pacific, and other ungodly hours. Is that sunlight? Oh, come on. Are we really mocking Iceland for having the sun? Let me tell you that during the summer, we Northerners have way more sun than you guys. It's not such a rare occurrence that you make it out to be. I guess the biggest surprise is that the sunlight is able to get through all the volcanic stuff that's happening. In case you guys don't know, to keep you updated on the local Icelandic news, there was a volcano eruption not too far outside of Reykjavik yesterday evening. It's the 3rd or 4th eruption in the last couple of months. And there's been posted some very nice pictures of the Iceland sky, completely red from lava lighting from the distance. It's cooking. Yeah, Iceland is literally cooking right now. Are you also in Reykjavik? No, I'm just in Norway, which is, it's not as far north. I was going to say almost as far north, but that's not really true, is it? But Iceland is surprisingly far south. Especially Norwegians underestimate how far south Iceland is. Because we're used to Norway being quite far north, but so we assume that Iceland is at the longitude of like northern Norway, but it's actually like middle Norway. Are you Norwegian? Yes. That's why I'm in Norway. Were you good at geography? Let's just say I was very disappointed when I learned that the school subject geography was learning about rocks and rivers and the ice ages rather than placing countries. Because I had spent my entire kindergarten experience learning everything there is to know about flags and countries in the world. And then getting to geography class was a big kick in the teeth. No one had prepared me. That's geology? Not in Norway. Well, geology is the major part of geography in the Norwegian school system. I believe you're gaslighting us. I mean, there's limits to what I can do about your beliefs. If I could change them, I would, but I don't believe in my persuasive abilities. Andrea played King B1? Wait, are you saying Andrea did not capture a free pawn with check? Wait, what? Was my position on the board wrong? Wow. That is actually absolutely crazy. Oh, Andrea's gonna be fuming after this game. She must have just missed that it's check. Because if she doesn't see that it's check, she's concerned about the queen coming in to give a check on the king and attacking the knight. But queen f4, you're not allowed to make that move. The computer won't let you. Oh no. And that would have been just game over. Oh no. Maybe you guys are right. Maybe I am jinxing. And ironically, Andrea plays King B1, which is the same crappy move Alexandra did. So now we're going to have to talk to both girls about King B1. No. Oh, man. No, she must have not realized it was a check on the Black King. It's the only explanation. Had she taken this pawn, it would have been game over. She would have won so easily. Is this a reflection of their coaching? I would like to refer this question to Andrea's coach. Finally, I don't have to be blamed for something. Benseiya. Of course, now he's not in chat. He was in chat earlier today when things were going well. But now that the masses wants his head on a spike, he's nowhere to be found. Oh my god, that's actually very sad. That was just one move and you win the game. Oh, she's gonna be so angry. Okay, we really need Andrea to win this round. Otherwise, there's no way she's going to be talking with us. Hammer, how come you don't have a Norwegian accent? Oh my god. Oh, that is my favorite comment ever. Because I do get so many comments. Oh yeah, oh you're Norwegian? Yeah, we could hear that. And I get so pissed off every single time. Because I'm like, my Norwegian accent isn't that obvious, right? It's definitely there, but it's not super obvious. Sounds Danish to me, damn you. Paid comment? But I mean, if you want to get attention from the streamer, compliments are a very good idea. I'm just, you know, in case you weren't aware, you know, we like compliments. Compliments are nice. Yeah, I don't know. I lived in the US for a year when I was a kid. But I didn't have such a good American accent when I was in school. So it's based on kind of like, I don't know. Because now I got a lot of American friends, right? And that helps you kind of preserve your accent. But when you're stuck in the Norwegian school system, you're not going to have the greatest accent, let me tell you. Can you do a California accent? I thought that's what I was doing. Is my accent not Californian? What is it then? It's definitely not New York. I know that for a fact. Hammer missing all the moves. Oh, did Alexandra move? Oh, she did. And she doesn't have a pawn on b3. This is not great. Alexandra didn't find the one good move. It was quite a tricky move to find, though. Knight takes d5 on the board. She's allowing rook takes pawn with a check on the king. Oh, and the computer says it's not bad. Wait, what is going on here? Rook takes, check on the king. King has to move. Then he can take the knight. Oh my god, if he takes the knight, then rook takes d5. You're threatening to take the bishop. You're threatening a discovered check on the king. And if the king moves away, hides in the corner, then rook takes bishop and you win the game. Because even though that bishop was protected, the bishop was also protecting the next rook. So Alexandra made a mistake, but it's a mistake that's probably going to win her the game. Knight takes d5. And So the good move now is rook takes b2, and it has been played. Alexandra is going to go king to c1. She already has done that. And now he took the knight, and now Alexandra wins. But here, black had rook f to b8, and then somehow white is only slightly better. Rook f to b8 was an absolutely genius move for black in this situation, but it was very difficult to find. And Geir, he just never really considered the option, I think. Instead, he captured the white knight, and now after rook takes back, Alexandra wins the game. She's threatening a discovered check with her bishop against the king. If the king hides in the corner, then the rook will still take the bishop, and now the other black rook is undefended as a result of its defender being taken out of the game. And if Geir tries to go rook b4 to attack the bishop, then Alexandra can still capture the black bishop, because this opens up a check against the king, but also has the rook defending the bishop, giving the check. And Alexandra wins. He rushed rook takes b2. Well, rook takes b2 was the best move, cutie. He just didn't see the follow-up, and it was kind of a tricky follow-up, to be fair. And just like that, it's game over. Alexandra takes home the win, and getting a pretty short game today. That's great news for her, because tomorrow is a double round. They will play 2 games in a day. And in the last double round, Alexandra lost both her games against very good opponents, but still, no one likes to lose 2 games. But one of the reasons I suspect that she did poorly is that she basically didn't get any sleep. Whereas now, maybe she'll go to bed by 10 p.m. It sounds unlikely when I'm saying it, but you have the option to do it at the very least. What happened in Andrea's game? Queen trade, okay. Queen takes queen, pawn takes back. And now it's only one move is really acceptable for Andrea now. Is she still thinking about it? Yeah. So now look at how this black pawn has managed to come from the side of the board to the smack dab middle. And this is a very, very nice positional puzzle, because there's only one reasonable move here with the white pieces, and it's definitely not obvious. It has to do with this knight on e4 and its desire to remain in a good central positioning. If white just moves the bishop out, what's going to happen is the pawn will come to f5, kick the knight back, and then black will have a very nice pawn structure with the pawns controlling the light squares in the center, and the bishop complementing the pawns very well by controlling the dark squares. So the pawns and the bishop work together very well. In order to try and fight this plan from black, Andrea needs to play this move pawn to g4. And the idea is essentially to try and secure her knight's positioning in the center. Her opponent will still have to go f5 to try and kick the knight, but then she can take this pawn and go knight g3. And she can put pressure in towards these pawns, trying to lure the pawn forward so that the knight may return to its amazing positioning in the center. So pawn to g4 here is a necessity for Andrea. And we've seen Alexandra play some very nice positional moves in the previous games. So let's see if Andrea can do the same thing. Alexandra has mate in 2. Well, you guys already spammed the chat with it, so you're doing my job for me. Her opponent allows her to give the checkmate and the handshake on the board. Alexandra wins to get to 2 points. And now the question then becomes, will Andrea remain on 2 points herself? Or will she manage to keep the gap she has over her sister after the first 3 rounds? And get either a win or a draw against Julius Fridjonsson. And Alexandra's opponent wants to analyze. Ooh, look at this. Alexandra had seen this rook b8 move that the computer said was so good. And she immediately shows her opponent this opportunity after the game. And, oh, this is interesting. So right now on the board, so the first thing Alexandra said is that you had this opportunity to go rook b8. So Alexandra had seen this. And she was mentioning knight to e7 as a possible move. But actually after knight e7, black wins after king f8. And that is the current position they're looking at right now. So Alexandra had seen the good move he could do. And now she's doing bishop b3. But actually she needed to do this one move earlier. That's interesting. So Alexandra had seen what was supposed to happen in the game, but it was a very complicated position, so she didn't have all the nuances under control. Is she going to talk to us? Yes, definitely. We'll give her a call in 10 minutes. Can you show us how the game ended? Oh, yeah, sorry. So her opponent made a mistake when he captured the knight. It seems sensible to capture a knight with a pawn, but this allowed the white bishop to point down towards the black king. And the threat here is that the rook wants to capture the bishop so that the bishop no longer is on the board to protect the black rook on b2. So in order to save the rook, Guy chose to move the bishop back so that the bishop still keeps the control towards the black rook. But now Alexandra moved her rook up, which gives a check from the bishop. So the king has to go into the corner. But the reason Alexandra put her rook on this square is so that when the king moves away, the rook would come in to give the checkmate. And that is what happened to give Alexandra her second win of the game, of the tournament. Okay. Andrea, front and center for the rest of the stream. And she doesn't find g4. Bishop e2. Now Andrea is significantly worse in the endgame. 3 moves ago, she could have just won it. That's gonna hurt. This is gonna be a long game. I kind of hope so. Because frankly, these black pawns advancing in the center could be really annoying for Andrea. And both players are getting kind of short on time. I'd rather this be a long endgame than black just steamrolling in the next couple of moves. Because now black is definitely better. So notice how in the central area, so if we say these 4 files are the most central files, and then this is the center. Well, this is the expanded center, and this is the center. But let's use the expanded center here. This is the most central quarter of the board. And in general, you want to have as many pawns in this area as possible. But I ask you, chat, how many white pawns in this area? 0. How many black pawns? 2 and maybe 3. If black plays what we're expecting him to play. So the fact that Andrea has to deal with a 3 versus 0 pawns in the center situation, that means it means she's in trouble. Okay, Alexandra will analyze with her opponent, and then she'll call us afterwards. But she has 2 that can push into the center. Yeah, so she has 2 that could push into the center. But number 1, if you push this one forward, then the pawn is kind of just blocking its own bishop. So part of the reasoning why this is so good for black is also that the pawns are going to be located on the light squares, whereas the bishop is controlling the dark squares. So we always look at our own bishop to try and determine where we would like our pawns. And so you said white is able to push 2 pawns into the center, and I'm going to say white only has the opportunity to push 1 pawn into the center. Because white wants their pawns on dark squares, which means this guy, we don't want to move it over to the light square. Damn it, all my color rings disappeared. But anyway, we don't want to move this one to a light square because then it's going to be working very poorly together with the bishop. We do want to play this pawn forward because we want it to be on a dark square. So this guy will make it to the center. But even then, 1 versus 3 is not a great look for white. What about knight to d6, trading the bishop and the knight? The problem then is just that the black king gets a good positioning, and then afterwards the black knight will be super, super good in the center of the board because we're unable to control that square the knight wants to go to. So say we get into a position like this, it's going to be very difficult for us to kick the knight away because worst case, the knight might just use the pawn that's in front of it to do an en passant and make sure that the knight will not be kicked away. So Andrea's position is actually really, really problematic. It's a much bigger problem than it initially looks. Okay, I'm gonna take a quick break, and I'll be back soon enough. We'll do an interview with Alexandra, after her win, and we'll catch. We're about to see a time scramble. Honestly, the players don't have that much time left. So time scramble is kind of approaching in this game, and they traded the queens and we're in an endgame and all that stuff, but they frankly don't have that much time left, despite having played seemingly a lot of moves. So I'm gonna take a little break and I'll be back. Okay, we gotta move rook to d8. Ooh, and this gives Andrea another opportunity to play this g4 move. But if I'm honest, if she didn't play it on the previous one, kind of unlikely that she realizes the importance of trying to stop the black pawn advance at this point. But wow, no, computer really likes this g4 idea. It's just very important to try and stop the black pawns in the center from getting forward. And we talked about how black may get 3 versus 0 in the center. So to try and explain why this pawn to g4 move is so important, we can compare this position to this position. Because here, black only has 2 pawns in the center. So essentially what the pawn to g4 move is trying to achieve is trading one of the pawns towards the side of the board for one of the most centrally placed pawns on the board. That's the goal. And that's why it's so important. And anything that can help us keep the knight placed here on this e4 square. This knight is incredibly well placed for Andrea right now, but it is also very prone to getting kicked out from that positioning very soon. Did I miss an Alex interview? No, Alexandra is gonna analyze with her opponent. Bishop to h5. Chat says they like it. What does chat know about chess? The good thing about this move is that it really illustrates that Andrea has understood the significance of trying to prevent the black pawn from moving up the board and pushing the knight out of its position. The problem is that if black castles here, now if Andrea goes g4, the computer feels like even this is quite good for black. That black is able to give the protection you need as these pawns advance up the board. But her opponent does not castle, which was judged as the only good move by the engine. Andrea's opponent plays rook d4, trying to kick the knight out of position. And apparently, suddenly, Andrea is better. But something tells me this game is going to be moving a bit up and down in the next phase. Anyone have any idea what the time situation might be like? In the last 15 minutes, who's been thinking the most? It's probably Andrea, right? Oh my god, Andrea might be very low on time actually. 15 minutes ago, Andrea had 15 minutes left. Oh, Andrea is in massive time trouble, though she did find the best move here. The rook tries to attack the knight, the rook protects the knight. And then rook f8. Oh my god, her opponent is trying to flag her. He's playing so quick. And he's not playing very good moves according to the computer. But on the other hand, Andrea probably only has like a couple of minutes left on the clock. Yesterday, Andrea was saying she made a mistake because she was trying to flag her opponent. And now her opponent is making mistakes because he's trying to flag her. But Andrea is not going to let some 75-year-old flag her, is she? Pawn to c3, another best move from Andrea. Andrea with 2 best moves in a row. And Andrea's opponent is not playing very well here. He's playing fast, but he's playing fast for the wrong reasons. Alexandra won her game. Okay, the rook retreats. Once again, pawn to g4, best move, according to Engine. No, wait, it changed its mind. Apparently, the only good move now is knight to d2. That's super difficult to find. Trading rooks is honestly not such a bad idea because then you can maneuver your knight to this f5 square, which looks kind of good. And black cannot play f5 to extend the rook scope to that square because that would allow the king. The bishop is pointing in towards the king. So if Andrea now could get her knight to f5, I would kind of like that. But it feels a bit counterintuitive to make this trade when your opponent is so clearly wanting you to make the trade. And after the trade, your knight gets kicked out of its good positioning. It's just that it has another good positioning that opens up. So they make up for one another. What about pawn c4? No, pawn c4 is a big mistake. Because what happens when you play pawn c4? You lose your ability to take control of the d4 square. So then the rook just returns. This is a classic mistake. Just advancing the pawns too much, not thinking about what squares your opponent then gets good placements for the pieces on. You want to be very careful creating too many squares where you don't have a pawn that has the ability to kick out the opponent. In fact, right now, no such square exists on this board. Because Andrea can always use one of her pawns to attack anywhere on this board right now. But if you advance too far up, then you leave weaknesses behind. It's the old cliche, pawns don't move backwards. So you got to be extra careful when you move pawns forwards, because that's committal. You can't undo that. She's taking a lot of time with this move. Yeah, maybe she's not as low on time as we thought. If she plays g4, I'm still going to give her some credit for that. It would have been better a while ago, but the basics of the idea is still very... It would be very good to see Andrea play some positional moves, I guess is what I'm trying to say. We know she knows the bang bangs and the crazy attacks, but showing some understanding of preventing the opponent's plans of pushing your well-placed knight away, that would be a step in the right direction for Andrea. Show her growth as a player. G4 doesn't feel that urgent. Well, so if Andrea just tries to improve her king positioning, then her opponent will move the king out of the bishop's path. and then the pawn will come forward and kick the knight out. So it's definitely still something you're going to want to consider, especially because if you play g4 here and your opponent plays king d7, then g5 gives white a big positional advantage, because if you get this pawn all the way to the g5 square, it means that any time black now tries to move the pawn up and attack the white knight, you can always prevent the pawn from chasing your knight away by executing the en passant move. So right now, contrary to earlier, this g4 move isn't necessarily just about preventing pawn to f5. It's about getting the pawn even further up, which will just take out this black pawn's ability to chase the knight completely. En passant is DLC. I think it might be, yeah. But so is how the queen moves. And how the bishop moves. I played some Shantrai. I'm not sure how to pronounce it. Shantrai. Back in the day. Which is like old school chess. It's pretty cool. The queen moved differently, the bishops moved differently, and the pawns moved a little differently. I probably mispronounced it. I spelt it in chat right now. Okay, bishop f3 played. Computer says mistake because of pawn f5. Yeah, I don't know why she put the bishop here to prevent the pawn moving up and then move the bishop away. Not a big fan of that. Okay, but he doesn't dare playing f5. I don't really see why not. That kind of just looked like a good move to me. Instead, king d8 on the board. Now Andrea can take and go rook d1. This looks pretty good and obvious. And right now, considering Andrea's time situation, she needs obvious. Okay, she goes knight d2. Attack on the rook. Ooh, and when the rook moves back, she can take the knight and then take the pawn. Andrea's winning a pawn right now. She's attacking the rook, and if the rook moves, she takes the knight, and the knight is needed to keep the pawn protected. And there's nothing he can do about it. That's just a free pawn. You said that before. Well, this time I think she sees that she's threatening the pawn. As opposed to last time when apparently she was completely oblivious to her own threats. He might be tempted to play rook b5. Yeah, to keep the rook protecting. I thought about that too. Great minds, Diener. But then pawn to a4 and the rook has nowhere good to go. Because if the rook moves to a wrong square, then the knight will attack the rook while also opening up for a check against the king. This is looking kind of good. Would be amazing if she still wins. It would. But I just don't understand why she didn't take the free pawn earlier. But the good thing, if she manages to win anyway, is that she's just not going to care about the mistake she made. which means that she's going to be able to better concentrate on her next couple of games. If she ends up not winning this now, after having had so many chances to win, you just know that's going to tear her up. She's not going to get to sleep tonight, and then she has to play 2 games. She has to get up at 7 a.m. A win here would be huge. Both for confidence, but also not overthinking the missed opportunities. Is trying to flag your opponents bad manners in over-the-board tournaments? No. Mainly because it doesn't work. Andrea tried to do it yesterday. She lost. Made a mistake and lost. Fridjonsson is trying to do it against Andrea now. It's not working. He made a mistake. He's going to lose a pawn. It's just a bad idea. Don't try to flag your opponents over the board. Just don't do it. Okay, he goes all the way back. That was the best move. But free pawn alert. Take the knight, Andrea. Don't overthink this. There's free pawns and then there's free central pawns. Free central pawns is even better than free pawns. One concern here, though, is that after rook takes, king c7, black is going to double the rooks down towards these pieces, and it's kind of scary. It's difficult to see how you get out of it. Ooh, you have rook here and you just protect the rook and then you move the knight. Okay, turns out it's not that difficult. Not that difficult to see how you get out of it. My mistake. Because I was thinking something like this. Now, I was thinking something like this to protect the knight, but then the bishop comes in and then there's a lot of pressure. And here the engine says this is a draw. So there's some reason to be nervous, but not enough. Andrea, free pawn. Take it. The good thing about taking that free pawn is also it makes it much more difficult for black to just overrun white with the pawns in the center. Like this pawn could potentially become a massive asset for black. It would be really nice to just take it out of commission while we have the chance. "17 moves to go." Yeah. So in 17 moves, Andrea gets another 30 minutes. Okay, she takes it. Good, good. Okay, I'm just gonna play rook takes pawn on the board because she's definitely doing it. King c7 has been played. He's trying to double the rooks against the knight. We only have one good defense against this plan. First, we need to bring the king in to keep protection. That's fairly obvious. But then we need to bring the rook back into defense. Less obvious. We're on move 25. Andrea thinking about her 26th. Does the move order matter? No. You can do rook e1 here and then king up, or king up and then rook down. The order in which you execute doesn't matter. You just need to get these two moves. Did Alexandra have the video call? No, I delayed it because Andrea has a time scramble. We're not going to talk to Alexandra while Andrea's game is at its peak entertainment. Peak drama. Do you think it's hard to convert? No, not really. Because having the knight against the bishop here is very nice. The knight's ability to jump to both light squares and dark squares is just very good for white. King c2 played. Immediately both rooks pointing down. If rook e1, I think Andrea's going to win this game. So the idea behind rook e1 is that you want to move the knight, but you cannot move the knight because then you lose your rook. So you move the rook back to defend your buddy so that the knight can move out of the pressure from these two rooks. Okay, she doesn't find it first attempt. But g3 is also winning according to Engine. It's not clear to me why. Yeah, okay, she needs to find this rook to e1 afterwards. So basically, pawn to g3 is fine. She didn't ruin anything, but she still needs to find rook e1 later on. Or actually, now she can also play... So if black just sits and waits, she can also play rook e2 next. Because then after bishop to g5, she can actually, because she moved this pawn up, she can now block the bishop's attempt to attack here. And then she can move this away and then move her knight up. Now, g3 is a fine move. g3 completely fine. h6 played. Her opponent is trying to go bishop g5. She moves her rook back. So here, moving the rook back was a terrible move because of bishop to g5. And the pressure against the knight would give black a draw at minimum. But because she played g3 first, and only then rook down, it means that now if the bishop tries to do the same thing as earlier, then she's in a position to kick the bishop back and then move the rook. And once the rook moves away, then she can move the knight. So it's just, she's trying to do the right thing. Like, her plan is correct. She just executed it in an inaccurate way. Okay, bishop g5 has been played. She can play f4 also, yeah. She's probably going to play f4, but I kind of like h4 because then you have all your pawns still protecting each other, and the bishop cannot go back and keep the pressure against the knight. So, but her plan was to go f4, so that's what she did. And Fridtjonsson was happy to provoke f4 because he feels like now he can attack this pawn because it's not as well protected. Also, there are some ideas with the rook coming down to the third rank. So black was also happy that white played f4 because this gives him the opportunity to create some attacks. Why is Andrea winning? She's up a pawn. Sometimes that's enough. The classic meme of the pawn looking in the mirror, seeing the queen. If not for resignation, pawns becoming new queens is the #1 reason why you win chess games. Usually we resign when we're down a bishop for nothing, or like if we're down 2 pawns for nothing or something. But if we had to play those games out to the best of our ability, the reason we would lose is always because one of the pawns become a new queen. Rather, it would be checkmate. Well, it's easier to give checkmate when you have a queen more than the opponent, which is why usually first we get a small material advantage, then we use that advantage to get a new queen, and then we checkmate. It's just very rare that chess games has that progression, because at the higher levels, people just resign when they understand they have no chance. This is the time situation 15 minutes ago. So probably Andrea is down to just seconds on her clock. Man, chess must have been boring before pawns could promote. Yeah, a lot of draws I would expect. I wonder when pawns got the ability to promote. Was it like before or after like 1400? It was the first patch. Second patch was 1400. Okay. Late 1400s? Is that real, Jelly? Is there a source on that? Because McFarlane is saying in the late 6th century there were promotions. Oh gosh, my thing jumped. But yeah, double question mark. We have had some more moves since then, though. Andrea plays rook g1. She wants to have the rook protecting the pawn. I'm expecting rook d3, trying to attack. So typical of devs releasing an incomplete game. What are you gonna do, 5? And now, after they first don't release an incomplete game, they just completely stop updating it for 1,000 years. Okay, rook d5. Andrea now finally in a position to improve her knight. Her knight has been pinned because the rook was in trouble behind it for such a long time. But since the other rook took over the defense of the knight, this one could move away, and now Andrea can go knight c4. Knight c4, good centralizing move with the knight. Knight f3, also good. Knight e4, also good. That's the good thing about Andrea's position right now. Like, every move is good. a3 even is good. Knight f3 played. Now she can go rook d2 next move and try and trade a rook. It would probably be in Andrea's favor to trade rooks, seeing as how the black rooks are working together, whereas the white rooks are kind of not doing that much. I'm going to say rook d2 here. Knight e5 trade. I don't like that. I think in general, Andrea's knight is better than black's bishop. Knights are generally better than bishops when there are a lot of pawns on the board. And the knight also gives white increased flexibility in attacking both dark and light squares. Rook d2 instead played. Next move, she's going to double the rooks, and then both players doubled the rooks. Can they stop writing? No. So in some tournaments, you're allowed to stop writing when you're lower than 5 minutes on the clock. But that's only when you don't get an additional time per move you make. In this tournament, you get 30 seconds extra per move. So then you can never stop recording. Rook h5 has been played. Andrea should trade the rooks while she has the chance to do so. And it's favorable for her to trade on the d8 square. She was more skeptical about trading rooks in the center because that would allow black to improve their pawn structure and their central control. But she's very happy to make this trade now. Black has an attack against the h3 pawn, but that's easy to defend against. Two options, pawn up or rook into the corner. Both are good. So Andrea can't really make a mistake here. h4 is an obvious move. Rook h1 is probably a bit more obvious. Because when your opponent has a bishop on the dark squares, often you don't want to put all your pawns on the dark squares as well in case the bishop manages to come in behind. So I would say rook h1 is the human move. Was knight e5 an option? No. Andrea wants to keep as many pawns on the board as possible. She's not interested in trading pawns because that would both improve the bishop's general value compared to the knight. Bishops are better the fewer the pawns. And also the fewer the pawns, the more likely the defending side is to survive. So there's two good reasons why Andrea would never want to entertain any kind of pawn trade. Andrea's doing well now. The knight up in the center, attacking the pawn. Pawn moves forward. I would guess she's going to play knight g4 now to attack this guy. Did Alexandra call in yet? No, I told Alexandra to hold on since Andrea has a very exciting time scramble. Why is this winning? Because Andrea has an extra pawn. Ooh, knight f7. Ah, she's actually attacking this pawn. Oh, I actually thought knight f7 was a mistake. I saw that the computer recommended it, and I was like, no, that doesn't make any sense. but she's attacking the pawn, which I hadn't considered. And her opponent avoids the pawn being captured, but now Andrea can go for the rook trade. And black cannot avoid the trade because then the bishop is lost behind it. So Andrea will get the rook trade now. And then her positions should be very easy. Trade everything? I don't think she should trade the knights. She should not trade the knight for the bishop. Her knight is much better than the bishop. She shouldn't do that. Ooh, rook e1. Classy move. Oh, actually, this is much better than what I was saying. Her opponent cannot defend the e6 pawn because if the king tries to come in, then she will make the trade and then she'll take the pawn and then there's a double attack. Rook e1 actually just wins this pawn. And then she's going to be 2 pawns up. That was a good move. Yeah, there's nothing he can do. Andrea wins and is gonna have 3 points out of 4 at the end of this round. Pawn to e5 played, but that's no problem. We just take those. Takes, takes. We can even go rook takes to get more trades. How many more moves? Andrea only needs to play 3 more moves. Well, actually now 2 more moves. They're on move 38 right now. In 2 more moves, Andrea will get an additional 30 minutes. Nice conversion. Yeah, no, this was pretty... There was never any doubt here. Her opponent recaptures. Now for the rook. I think she's only having 2-3 minutes left. I think she has less. Ooh, she takes with a knight. I don't know why she's taking with a knight instead of the rook. Taking with a rook would have forced either a rook trade or a knight trade. Oh, but her opponent resigns. Doesn't matter. GG's. I feel like I've said this a lot during this week and the Prague week, but I think this is the highest rated opponent Andrea has ever beaten. And the previous 2-3 highest rated opponents she's ever beaten, she did in Prague. Can she surpass Alexandra during this tournament? Probably not, because Alexandra is also winning. But Andrea could get to 1950 if she continues this play. Maybe even better. Rude, says Alexandra in chat. Hey.
Do you want to keep your job?
I'm betting on getting Andrea's vote in when the decision is being made. Yes.
Perhaps, but one of us may have more influence over certain business affairs internally. So I'm just saying, it's not coming from me. It's coming from corporate. I don't make the rules.
Corporate, yeah,
Yeah.
sure.
It's coming from corporate.
She's playing well, though.
And I'm glad that she is. But, you know, I don't like the whole can she surpass Alexandra propaganda we have going on here in the chat.
I'm not sure who started it. It could have been anyone. You know, Twitch chat, they're very rowdy.
But regardless, I do want Andrea to keep gaining rating because then we could play on the Olympiad team together, and that would be really sick.
I mean, if she keeps gaining rating, we're surely gonna have a Botez versus Botez match when you have equal ratings, no?
When would we? We're not gonna have equal ratings, Hammer. I've had enough. My rating is gonna keep going up even if her rating is growing up. The younger cannot catch up to the older. That's just how the rules work, okay?
I mean, that's what I've been telling my younger sister all the time, but she says I'm wrong.
Does Andrea have better performance?
No.
Not in this tournament.
Not in this
But
tournament.
Hammer just likes creating narratives and he likes getting people riled up.
It's my job. What can I say?
But I would like to remind you that my performance, I think, is over 2180.
Over 22, I would guess, but yeah.
Yeah.
You've
So
been
I would
doing
just
okay.
I just tone it down a little bit, okay?
Yeah. Fair enough.
No, I was so depressed yesterday after the 2 losses. I couldn't leave my room. I was sulking. I didn't talk to anybody, and I don't know how I turned into this person again, because at the start of the trip, I said, I'm not going to tilt to chess. And then yesterday, I turned into a tilt monster. I was so sad. And then I was like, that's fine. I'll just sleep it off. And then I woke up this morning. I was like, hello, loser. And then I was sad again.
Oh, no.
Yeah, I'm trying to learn to control the tilt, but I guess this is just who I am.
I thought you said poker had helped.
It did like the first round, but now that we're into tournament 2, I just had such high hopes after the first round that when I like got completely obliterated both rounds yesterday, I was like, who am I? And I spiraled again. But now I'm working on it.
Do you want to talk about your game?
Yes, I thought if he didn't, well, one, I know that knight a4 was probably idiotic, and I should have just played knight to e4 and had a nice time. And then after I did that, if he didn't take my knight in the center and he doubled up his rooks, I think that was going to be a draw if he played correctly, right?
I'm trying to catch up.
Yeah, can you put it up on the board?
Also, computer was saying like it's still a small white advantage after bishop b3, but the variation you were discussing at the board with knight to e7.
No, that was wrong. It had to be bishop b3.
Yeah.
I had calculated all of these, but I couldn't remember which one in this move board. I looked at bishop b3, but that was still tricky.
Yeah, no, computer is giving some line where it's saying this is a draw, but in reality, it's more like I think black still needs to be accurate to make a draw here against the better player.
No, this is exactly the line that I had seen, and after rook e8, I don't know what to do about rook e2.
Yeah.
But that being said, I figured
probably
like this
you're
was
just gonna have to go
variation.
like b4, give this guy, and then do a counter here.
Yeah.
But he has this move. No, he has like, so he has this rook b6 move, which is the only reason he can make a draw, right? So I still feel like you would have won it there, but he just wasn't at the level where he would see all of this thing. Honestly, I was really happy to see you guys analyzing after the game and you showing that
I'll go
you
on
had seen
camera too.
the critical position.
No, I did. I decided to actually really sit and calculate because yesterday during the second game, I was just not calculating enough. And then I was so sad all day yesterday. And I decided if I'm going to be depressed every time I lose at chess, I should at least channel that into getting better. So today I was like, you are not moving until you've calculated all the lines. And then I think that helps. But then he just blundered into checkmate. So it feels good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I do have some things I want to talk about for the game.
Yes.
So,
also, King B1. I don't know why I played so quickly.
So E4.
You don't like e4?
Well, I just oh, you actually got a question mark from chess.com. I didn't know that because we
Really?
don't get the real-time moves. But the thing is about e4, and I feel like this has been a trend in your games, that you're often not aware enough about the long-term kind of problems you can get when there's a square you cannot control with a pawn.
And is that square you're talking about d4? I can't see the board because of the
Yeah,
camera.
d4, yeah.
Interesting. Yeah, I just felt so confident that that was a good move. And I mean, I understood that that was a weak square, but I just thought when looking at variations, he was so cramped.
Yeah.
Hello, hi stream, hi Hammer. Don't want to bother people's dinner. We should move to the other side.
I mean, we just talk at a normal volume.
Yeah,
You
but
could do
my
that.
normal volume disrupts the entire city.
Wait,
Hello, everybody.
Did
Hammer,
you
why are we
guys
both
cause
cut?
the eruption?
Hammer, why are we
We
cut
did
off
cause
like
the volcanic
Because
eruption.
there's something about the cropping with Discord that has been off for the last
He's doing
couple
his
of days,
best,
and
sister.
I don't really know how to fix it.
He's doing his best.
Andrea, you're doing great.
How was my I think my mistake was, Hammer, I have a question for you. Queen f3 instead of queen.
Wait, can I finish?
Yeah,
asking you
yeah.
about
Sorry,
one thing
I was
before we
just
get
curious.
into yours?
Yeah. Okay.
Like, Hammer, can
I'll
you
let you
just, Can you
finish.
just finish explaining?
I'll let you.
Yeah.
I'll
so
sit
so
silently.
e4, a bit more awareness of those long-term
Aware.
weaknesses in the position. Because as the game progressed, if he had played e5 instead of knight c6, obviously your e5 move was brilliant. If you don't play e5, you're basically just strategically lost.
No, my whole idea was with e4 was that I go e5 as soon as he moves his knight, and he's basically cramped. And if he pushes e5, then he also has a hole on d5.
But you didn't do that,
I'm
though.
not saying. Oh, I thought I could push it after.
Yeah,
Tina,
well, the thing
what?
is, like, instead of knight b8,
Tina.
he could have played e5.
Okay, but
and
that-
even after knight b8 here, he could have played e5, and the fact that he gets the knight to d4 and then tries some kind of b5 pawn sacrifice to attack your king is really, really dangerous for you.
Got it. Okay.
I mean,
Andrea, you
computer
my
feels
No, I
like
just wanted
white
to
is
smell it.
better, but my theory is that in
Wanted to
practical
smell it.
play, this is incredibly hard to play for white, having to deal with that knight coming to d4.
So what would you have played instead?
I mean, I was thinking maybe g4.
I was thinking about g4 also, but I just didn't see where it would go.
No, I'm not doing it as an attacking move. I'm just doing it to fianchetto. And then I think maybe the pawn is slightly better on g4 than on g3.
Okay,
But
anything
basically
else?
just doing the fianchetto and developing my pieces and getting my king to safety, right? On the
Anything
king
else?
side, you have way more pawns than on the queen side, so your king is safer over there. Yeah, no, the only other thing I wanted to bring up, since it's a win, right? I feel like there's a bit more scope to talk about things after a win. But king b1 just... I can't find a single... I mean, I think it's actively making your position worse because now he has...
Yeah, no, it was bad. I saw this entire line that didn't work, and honestly, I just played it too quickly, but I agree. Wow, did everybody win today? This is good.
Yeah. Well, we gotta snipe Dina. Chat, tell Dina to snipe us.
So, but can you say something about the thought process that ended you up with king b1?
I had this whole idea of going knight a4 and then being able to win a pawn, and then I thought the rook was going to come to c8 at the end. So I thought if I move my king over and after those things open, I could take it, but none of it made sense, and I just played too quickly.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, because that was the where I was going. That I think you just played too quickly, and we're still trying to find the balance.
Yes.
Okay, sounds good.
Okay, well, Andrea seems very hyper, so...
Yeah,
This
she
is a
won.
good song. You know, what's this song called? Bum, bum, bum. Do you not know this song?
I mean, I can't hear it over you going...
Listen.
in my ear.
Wait, chat, listen.
Not the Macarena song.
Chat cannot
Okay,
hear
it's just a
anything.
regular trumpet song. I've had to sit still for many hours.
We're playing the Blitz today, yeah?
Oh shit!
Oh
What time?
God! Please don't do
When
that.
are we?
Why?
Everyone
It's
said
a
it.
double
What do you mean?
round
Oh
tomorrow.
god! Wait,
You're
what
starting
time
at
is
9
Blitz?
a.m.
But the Blitz is so
What's
fun.
that song called?
But no, you're
No,
right.
not Mumble
you're right.
number
I don't know
5.
if we should play with a double round
Look so good, look so good.
I mean, the
Bum,
fact
bum,
that
bum,
they're
that
scheduling
song.
a blitz the day
Bum,
before a
bum,
double
bum,
round
bum.
is
You know
kind of
that's no, not this.
psycho.
Bum
No,
bum
this is
bum bum
true.
bum 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 bum. Twisted Shout. Oh, that's not what's playing. I got this song.
Andrea, it's none of the songs you're singing.
Yeah, no, I realize that. Listen, Chad, I haven't been taking my ADHD meds because I'm afraid to play chess on them, so it's been rough out here. The thoughts I have. Why'd you do that? What's that? Now she's coughing.
Oh, a little stinky.
Do you know what time? I'm not stinky.
No, it's okay. It's okay.
I'm not stinky.
No,
You're stinky.
You're stinky.
You're
I
special.
came here and I was like, "What's this smell?" Do you want to talk about?
I'm not stinky. Yeah, I'm not stinky. The other okay.
But you're not fresh either.
I'm fresh out the oven with these
Andrea, we're
wins.
paying Hammer a babysitting fee. Also, he might get fired very soon if he keeps up his propaganda.
I will not ask. I saw some rumors in chat. Okay, Mr. Hammer. So here's my question. Okay, theory-wise, I was just improving. I don't know if E5 and okay, first of all, starting from H3, how was my opening? Actually, starting from D takes C5. Computer probably didn't like it, but I was doing my own thing.
Bensaya said that you're supposed to go A3 instead of knight F3.
I knew it. I knew that, but I didn't do it. But and then what was computer saying after queen takes F3 and E4?
Well, I mean,
And
I
bishop
don't understand why you moved your same piece twice in the opening.
My bishop to G5 instead of bishop to E3.
Instead of castling?
What do you mean instead? You mean the bishop that moved
You
twice?
played bishop G5, and
Yeah.
like you didn't even make a threat with that, and you could have just castled.
I mean, E4 was the threat. Yeah,
well,
I guess I could have.
E4 loses the game instantly, according to
Well,
Engine.
after bishop, I'm talking about after bishop. But the reason I didn't castle is
So
because
am
I
I.
wanted to make him. I wanted to make him move his bishop. I was expecting him to go bishop E7 instead of bishop takes C5.
Because you thought the doubled pawns were bad for him, right?
Yeah. Well, I wasn't gonna take. I was gonna leave the bishop on G5 castle and then provoke H6 and then H6 go bishop H4 and then bishop G3.
But then why not castle first?
Because I thought bishop G5 was forcing him first to make a decision.
Yeah. No, I think you're overestimating this bishop G5 move. I'm assuming it's because you play bishop G5 in some similar variations. But frankly,
no, you don't do in any variations. I just came up with it on the spot.
Well, it's just about development, right? Like his king is still in the center. If you castle, bishop takes C5 and then E4. Like this is a super dangerous initiative you got going on. And instead you moved your bishop for a second time to a worse square. And yeah, it just wasn't good.
Yeah, man, I thought about going A3 and I knew that was I knew that was the lines, but yeah, I'll discuss that with my coach. Someone just took a selfie of us, so we smiled. Okay, and then free pawn. Oh, you're talking about queen. Wait, you're not talking about taking. Sorry, I told you.
No, you're doing well. Just indoor voice.
Okay.
Indoor voices.
Should have I
Knight
went
takes
queen F3 instead of
F6
queen
is check.
C3? Yes, I know that. That pawn. Jesus.
Oh,
Knight takes F6. Yeah. Oh. Yeah, no, I know it's obviously I know it's check, bro. But knight takes
because
bishop
we
takes,
were kind of assuming that you were afraid of knight takes F6, queen F4 check.
Oh shit! Wait, you're right. No, I forgot. Oh, you're completely right. I forgot about check. Never mind. You're right.
So
That's so
knight
funny.
takes F6 just wins the game instantly.
I can't hear you. She keeps tugging on my earplugs.
So knight
Okay, no,
takes
you're
f6 here, just won the game instantly.
Yeah, no, oh my God, I had a brain fart. That's so funny. I saw it and that was my plan. And then I was like, oh my God, you Dumbo, you almost got forked. And then I forgot about the check. I saw that, it's not that I didn't see the check. I saw it, but then I forgot about it.
Yeah.
Damn. Wow, that was silly. Sometimes that happens. Sometimes I have little brain farts.
Yeah, I'm just very happy it turned out okay. Because this would have been
Yeah,
devastating
that was
to
really
find out
silly.
if you lost.
He was probably so confused.
Yeah. But you're absolutely
no.
right that if you played queen f3 instead, then you wouldn't have this issue.
But it was a
this the
fake
highest-
issue to begin
highest
with.
rated
Yeah.
you've beaten?
He might be the highest FIDE because I don't think anyone was 2070 from Prague.
Wow.
Yeah.
I'm
That's
pretty
exciting.
sure it's a
Congrats,
record,
Andrea.
Yeah, I hope I can keep it up. No, he was
At this
nice.
rate, you're going to make the Olympiad team.
I hope so. That's the goal.
Although, chat, the only problem with the Olympiad is that they don't like cameras, so hopefully you guys would just watch the chess, but it would still be exciting.
Sometimes my opponent would pick up the clock to look at it closely because he couldn't read the time from his glasses. And sometimes like that, my heart was melting a little bit. And I wanted to just tell him the time, but I didn't want to insult him. But I don't know if you guys saw, but he picked up the clock 3 times.
What do you mean picked it up?
Like, well, okay, he also was up on time most of the game, but like he would lift it and bring it closer to his glasses because he couldn't read
He's
it.
like dad when he plays
Yeah,
poker.
he reminded me a little bit of grandpa. He was a nice
This is who
man.
you're beating up on?
I
Your
know.
dad is not that old.
But Dad picks up things to look
Dad
closer
played
to
poker,
them.
and he kept talking to me about how he couldn't see the cards at a certain angle because they were too far. And like he went on a long rant about it.
But it was so funny, you know, and he was picking up the clock and looking, and he was a nice old man. Could see him being.
I may have gotten Alexandra's position wrong today because I couldn't see the board well.
From
really?
Oh wait,
Yeah.
DGT wasn't working.
aren't they online, Hammer?
From tomorrow we're gonna have a live PGN feeds, but
but they haven't been.
PGN feeds have been on a delay for the first 4 rounds.
Damn.
Oh, okay.
Oh well, that's a whole other game. Okay. Otherwise, then brain fart. Do you have any other notes? And then theory-wise,
you had a really interesting idea here after the queen trade, which we kind of weren't expecting you to find because it's not
the bishop?
necessarily your style.
I didn't even touch you.
But
You
pawn to
blew on my
g4 was a very good move here.
I saw pawn to g4, but I didn't think you wanted to undouble. I considered it because then you could obviously just put the bishop faster on the diagonal. But I didn't want to undouble their pawns. But I'm guessing
You don't
there'll be
actually
a
need
weakness.
to necessarily undouble it. You can just retreat afterwards. But the point is that the pressure you then put on the pawns are very likely to force them into giving you back the e4 square for your knight.
Yeah, that was silly of me.
So it's all about trying to put
yeah.
pressure on this pawn or even this pawn that's protecting the other pawn in order
That
to
makes sense.
force black to give you back this square. Because here, this is actually a really interesting position. The computer says it's equal, but like it could easily go either way based on who manages to get the good knight. Because when you played bishop e2 in the game, you're very close to just being in big trouble as these pawns progress and the knight gets a good square in the center.
I see.
Also, Andrea, why are you wearing your outside jacket?
I was gonna go outside. I didn't know you were here. I stumbled upon on my way into the wilderness. Also, did you know there was a volcanic eruption, Alex?
Yes,
the biggest
of
one.
course. I got
And it was
10
just
texts about
it was very I got actually no text. No one asked me if I was okay. They only asked Dina. Well, Gerber asked if we were okay by asking Dina. But now I think about it, Mom didn't even ask me. No one even asked me.
It's from some of my Icelandic friends because they said we could have gone and seen it, but I was too busy.
Yeah, I wanted to visit the volcano. No one even asked me if I died to the volcano. That was kind of rude.
I asked you if you
friend.
got fried alive at the Blue Lagoon.
Die to you.
Yeah. What, Alex?
I'm more concerned the volcano would lose to you.
Yeah, I guess people just know I would just, beat the volcano. Okay, well, okay, that was an interesting idea. I didn't consider it because I just thought g4 he pushes, and then I didn't calculate because I was like, oh, then I have to undouble. But duh, you just don't have to take. Yeah, and then it was like, and then the rest, I think I just slowly juiced him.
Also,
Yeah,
the
no, the
interesting thing
rest
about
was very good.
Volcano was that all of my US friends were worried about it, and everyone
Yeah.
from Iceland was like, go see it, it's so cool. I was like, okay,
I want to see it. I want to see it. I would love to see the volcano. Cool. Juiced.
One final question from chat. Why did you take with a knight instead of the rook on e5?
Oh, because I thought with keeping the rooks, this is what I'm curious. I guess you could simplify, but I thought by keeping the rooks on the board, I could use my knight to take more of his pawns.
So the general kind of rule of thumb is that a knight works very well together with a queen, and a bishop works well together with a rook.
Oh, you got butter on it.
Sorry.
Okay. Wait, a bishop works with a rook and a knight. What are you doing, Alex? I'm being studious. Okay. I was wearing earplugs, true, because the little noises trigger my ADHD in the room, and there's always it's in an opera hall chat.
Okay,
and
someone just looked at me as I did the gremlin noise. I don't feel good about
and
it.
yesterday, people like you sometimes hear random instruments in the background and random people going like the opera. I would give you a better rendition if we were in a public dinner space. So that's why I wear earplugs. But okay, so here you're saying, Hammer, I should have traded rooks because the knight doesn't work with the rook anyways.
No,
The
I'm more saying trading rooks is nice because when you're up 2 pawns, you try and trade pieces. But there's also a saying that the rooks work better with the bishops and the knight works better with the rooks. And from that perspective, it could also be good to trade rooks.
What was the computer difference in taking with the knight versus taking with the rook? I'm curious how much of a difference.
The guy resigned, so it doesn't really matter. Computer gives 1 pawn difference.
Were you trying to challenge Hammer? Is that what you were doing there, Andrea?
No, no, it's for my own curiosity.
Rook takes e5 is +6, and knight takes e5 is +5.
Okay. Okay, that makes sense. Okay, luckily it was still clearly winning, though. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Cool. But that makes sense.
You executed the endgame well.
Man, I can't believe I played King B1. I'm a doofus. But hey, we take those.
Andrea, you have
take
3
those.
out of 4. How do you feel?
I don't like to celebrate when things go well because I'm a stoic woman. I was thinking, what if I showed up with a bunch of Seneca's books and put them at my desk so that when my opponents saw me,
table?
Yeah, they would think, she's a stoic.
Do you have a bunch of Seneca books?
Well,
or do you just have
the
the one
person
that you always have at home.
I have one, but the person in the lobby was actually reading Letters of a Stoic, so I might ask the lobby bellman to borrow his book. But I was thinking it was a good intimidation tactic.
If you win tomorrow, will you wear Adidas suit the second round tomorrow? If you win, you're gonna get a huge upset.
Has weird juju. We don't bring past tournament fits to the new tournament. You know, yeah, Meditations is a good one. But how about you? Would you wear the Adidas suit?
If I win tomorrow, in the morning, sure. If I win, I think we should make it more interesting for chat. If we win in the morning, if we win
something else?
No, if we win in the morning, we wear the Adidas.
How
suit
about a fur headband?
Andrea, you already want to wear that.
Yeah, but I'm not wearing it because I'm afraid it's too obnoxious.
Andrea, if either of us win, Andrea, if you're gonna play someone like 2300 tomorrow, like the odds of you winning, I believe in you, but like you might as well put the Adidas suit on the line.
Yeah, but then it's not a gamble because you have better chances to win. So why would I gamble?
I know. How are you doing? We're on screen with Hammer if you want to.
We're almost done. Hello. Okay. All right, chat. Well, I'm gonna hunt Dina down. Oh my god, and I had the best brunch ever. I had so much dessert before my game. I was feeling a little sick. I had to take some medication because I finally got to. I haven't made to any of the brunches, and they had creme brulee, and they had macaroons and eggs Benedict and lamb and brownies, and
wait, why
it
does
was so
Hammer want
delicious.
to cry? What did I do?
I don't want to cry. I don't know what you're talking about.
Wait, who missed what?
I don't know.
You upset Hammer.
I'm listening to your story, Andrea.
Well, she licked my forehead. She's being really annoying.
I was hungry.
I'm tired sitting next to her. She's licked me
head
Sorry,
next to
people are
me.
looking at us. We're making a scene.
Like, you
She's
can't
licked my
expect
forehead
me-
3 times, so I'm done sitting next to this
I
woman.
want to read chat too.
Oh yeah, do ya? I'm leaving.
Maybe Hammer is hungry too.
I'm
Wait, she
actually
licked my
making a
forehead.
lamb right now. So I'm slow
lamb?
cooking a lamb for 5 hours. It's currently being in the stove for 4 hours and 15 minutes.
Is that why you looked sad? Yeah, lamb takes a long time.
Wait, Hammer, are you still living in the same apartment from last
Yeah.
time? Oh, nice. I remember your home
5
cooked meal
hours.
that one time.
Damn, our game's finished before your lamb did.
Well, that was kind of intentional because I could
Yeah.
adjust the temperature, right? But I
Oh,
chose
I see.
temperature based on it being finished after my work.
I see. Well, I hope you enjoy yourself and your lamb.
I'm hoping so, yes. I made it so that I can be ready for the 2 rounds tomorrow, which is going to be an exhausting day.
I didn't know you can cook because when you visited us, I had to make you a sandwich. But I didn't know you could cook lamb. You should have been cooking us dinner.
I literally offered to do so, and you guys never managed to buy the
not
ingredients.
true, Hammer. I cooked for you when you were visiting.
That's
us.
an
Do
excuse.
you remember when I bought the Trader Joe bags and I made the Kung Pao chicken?
We did make Kung
It's
Pao
my
frozen
favorite
chicken.
BotezLive clip, yes.
When I made Hammer eating a sandwich is an iconic clip.
Yes, true.
No, I like the one where I'm trolling Alexandra about her cooking. That's my favorite.
Why I'm always the one who gets trolled.
I'm just glad I'm staying out of this one. All right, chat. Well, speaking of food, I'm going to get some dinner. Stop touching me.
When Andrea was
You're
a kid,
so
I used to pretend I stole
Stop
her
it.
nose and she would actually start crying.
I don't know how to cook lamb.
Give me my nose back.
Yeah, you know what else I did? She would pretend when we were swimming that she was drowning. And one time she pretended for so long, I thought she died and I started crying. And I was so traumatized. And it wasn't a funny game, okay?
Oh, man. Oh, just kid stuff.
Well,
Yeah.
yeah. Anyways.
You
well,
both
chat.
won, right? I mean, you're talking as if you're memorializing something or looking back to the good old days.
I don't celebrate wins because I don't like getting too excited. We will prepare tomorrow. I just pray to God that I'm not going to be so sleepy. The 9 a.m. round was the worst thing I had.
It was. But
it was so miserable.
I fixed my sleep schedule yesterday, so
I would even consider taking a bye so that I could play better in the second game, but probably shouldn't take a bye.
No, we gotta power through it. We're here to play chess, Andrea.
Are you even allowed to take a bye so late?
My opponent did. The one I just played, he took a bye in the morning.
That's actually kind of smart.
Yeah, it's kind of wise.
Only one of you can do it.
Yeah, true. We could gamba.
Andrea, I'm down to play tomorrow morning. I already fixed my sleep schedule.
No, I mean I want to play, but Dean and I also just stay up giggling until 3 a.m.
And you know
she's dangerous. Alex made me share a room with her because we didn't have
you guys
rooms.
wanted to because you like each other more than me. And
no, you didn't want to share with me, and Dina took me. I had no room, and someone had to take me under shelter.
Oh my God, my baby! A heart, heart, heart! Kiss, kiss, kiss! I'm so proud. You know, she texted me. Oh, nice game. Yes.
Dina does love me. She loves me like my mother. Okay, chat. I think the raid's going through, so bye, everybody. Thanks for hanging. Oh, wait. I don't know. Do we still have the raid? I think it's gone.
It's going now.
Okay,
Bye,
chat. See you tomorrow. Bye.